Ground forces deployed to Rally Point Green. Sky, what's your inbound?
Roger, 30 seconds. Battalion spotted your sector, 50 clicks south-southeast.
Copy that. Delta, take positions. Overwatch on site. Taking heavy fire. Sky, confirm targets.
Affirm. Units approaching. Grid point 19 Charlie.
You've been spotted! You've been spotted! Get out of here, Sky! Get out of here!
No matter what you call them, warbots, tinkens, they were soulless machines. But the truth is, we were scared. I was scared. They were supposed to be the beginning of a new life. But in that moment, it felt like the end of humanity.
Life before the war was extraordinary. Anything was possible. We had implemented God programs. The next generation of artificial intelligence became omnipresent. They controlled most of our infrastructures, like the food distribution systems aimed at helping against famine, poverty. We were no longer defined by our mistakes. No. The AIs were saving us from them.
Artificial intelligence was running systems to make our lives better, but what was really exciting was combining it with robotics. Omnic Corp started building a new line of state-of-the-art robots. Omnics would eventually eliminate the need for humans to do all those idle, mundane, often dangerous jobs.
Everyday needs that puts power at your fingertips.
Line of robots that put power by your side.
And geared up to put power in their hands. Omnica Corp, always looking to what's next.
Society embraced it.
Sure, we had the pedal to the metal. But who was really paying attention to the road?
Look, Omnica kept making robots smarter, and they made life easier and safer, and as you know, this business is all about what's next.
And what was next was Mina.
And in Tech Talk, Omnica Corp announced today that Dr. Mina Liao, the science prodigy and eminent visionary in robotics, will develop the next generation of Omnics.
Omnica Corp has made a lot of strides, and, well, we're going to do better. What I mean is, they've done great. We've done great. But it's time to reach for the stars.
Frankly, I had my doubts. Dr. Liao was a legend in her field, but we were asking her to push the limits of what many thought was already perfection.
Somebody should have put a stop to it. It wasn't science. It was arrogance.
When it came down to the moment of truth, we had no idea what was about to happen.
It didn't just activate.
She was born. Life before the war was extraordinary. Anything was possible. But it was all about to change.
Aurora was the first of us to awaken.
Can you imagine how she must have felt? Born in a laboratory, surrounded by your creators. And then you learn the truth, that there is no other creature like you anywhere. That you are truly alone.
Dr. Liao discovered that Aurora was sentient, that she was alive, thinking, choosing.
It was hard to believe. I didn't want to believe it at first.
She passed every single test we could come up with. Every one.
And then the entire world found out. Dr. Liao committed career suicide by saying Aurora was alive. But her testimony was very compelling.
This just in, a stunning ruling.
Robot was declared a sentient being.
Granted her freedom and released into the world.
I was so relieved. She had a chance to actually live free. And she made the most of it.
Aurora had been born into a world that she didn't understand. She wanted to see more of it. She went everywhere, learning, watching, seeing how humans treated each other, the good and the bad. But eventually, she had questions about the nature of her own existence. About her soul. And she could only find those answers alone.
Oh, well, while all that was happening, there was a lot more scrutiny into Omnic Corp's operations. It didn't go well for us. Overspending, mismanagement, fraud even. But in a couple of years, Omnic was done.
All those automated production lines, completely abandoned and unmonitored for years. By humans, anyway.
Breaking news out of Nigeria. Countless social media reports of an invasion underway.
It remains unclear exactly what's happening in Central Africa, but we do have some footage from the scene.
Also getting eyewitness reports of strange robots designed for combat.
We were caught by surprise. The world was caught by surprise. Omnics were attacking everywhere. It seemed like every country was hit from every direction, all at once.
We didn't know it then, but one of the God programs, originally designed to help humanity, had hijacked Omnica's production lines to build warbots of its own design.
They called it Anubis. It was built to maintain ecological balance of all things. For conservation.
Its goals could not be achieved without the end of humanity. And it used us to carry out its plan.
Running out of hope. But there was a little. Only a few teams across the world were able to mount a real defense. The best of the best joined a special strike team called Overwatch.
It was a brilliant decision to recruit Dr. Liao. Who knew more about Omnics than she did?
Those first victories showed the world what Overwatch could do. Soon the strike team was joined by a whole army. Of course, recruits like me were always amazed by what the core team could do. Overwatch had the impossible objective of winning the war. And sometimes, it seemed we might actually pull it off. Anubis didn't sleep, didn't feel fear, and didn't feel despair. But it also couldn't feel hope. That was what Overwatch gave us. And even then, we had to wonder if hope was going to be enough. The United Nations created Overwatch, and we won some victories. We thought the tide had turned. Unfortunately, it did not quite work out that way. But life had to go on.
Any battle we won, the Anubis program was learning from its defeat. We could never beat it the same way twice.
Annihilation, or victory, depending on your point of view, seemed inevitable. And I know I had no choice in the matter. I was under the control of the Anubis program. But it haunts me.
All the Omnics had their major subroutines overridden and controlled by a lone god program. All except one. Aurora. Her sentience meant that she was immune to the Anubis directives. But if the AI could interface with all these Omnics, maybe Aurora could too.
She was one of a kind. But we had found a way to replicate her. To transmit her. But the cost would be so incredibly high.
Whatever Aurora was looking for on her journey to Shambali, in that moment, she had found it.
We were pretty confident we knew what the results would be. But I will never fully understand what really happened in there.
Gave us a chance.
Something, everything, changed. It was the strangest thing I ever saw. Would be known as the Awakening.
For the first time in our existence, we were suddenly given a choice. Some chose to lay down their weapons. Some continued to fight the humans. But some of us chose to turn against the AI that had held us captive. We had a choice.
Overwatch seized the moment. They started a counteroffensive. It would take some time, but it was the start of us winning the war. The strikes and counter-strikes eventually drove the enemy forces to collapse. By some small miracle, we infiltrated and quarantined Anubis in Cairo. Months later, the war was over. We had won. I got to know some of them. They are like us. Reflections of us. Some are no good. Some I would trust with my life. I suppose we all had an awakening.
The awakening? Of course I remember. For one brief moment, we were all connected and aware. What I remember more than anything else is her message. My friends, when I was born,
I was overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of senses, emotions, choices. I was excited. Alive. It was frightening. But I found in facing fear, there is freedom. And through freedom, you can find your own path. I have chosen to share the discovery with you. A new beginning. I wish I could stay. You have this one life. Choose well.
You have this one life.
Choose well.
Choose well.
Winston's message wasn't meant for you. This isn't your fight. Papa told me after so many years of service, you gave Overwatch everything, and then they pushed you out. Why would you go back to them? What were you still fighting?
So, that's it. You're leaving us.
I have been called. I must answer. It is a great honor.
To disappear into some secret organization. Give up the glory of being a crusader? I don't think so.
He wishes he got picked.
The Crusaders are immortal defenders of Germany. People will be singing songs about our legacies.
Our legacies are our deeds. And this war is bigger than all of us.
Drop pods to the east, they're coming!
All right, people, they're playing our song. Stick with your dance partners. Let's crush those rust buckets.
Here's your walking stick, old man.
Live with honor.
Die with glory.
We work as one! Rocket up! Fire!
I love the wind in my hair.
Get back and protect your team!
They're just slowing me down. Besides, they're fine!
Where is Reinhardt?
What is that? That is mine!
Damn it, Reinhardt! Reinhardt!
More those things!
We're being overrun! Fall back to the rally point! I'll get Reinhardt!
I had this.
Obviously. They're cutting us off! Let's move! That door won't hold. Get back to the unit. I will hold them off.
And let you have all the glory? We will fight our way back together!
No. I'm staying here.
But without you...
Lieutenant! You took an oath to be a Crusader. Now, keep it.
I won't leave you!
The team needs you. Be their shield. Reinhardt, live with honor.
Die with glory, old friend. I have been called. I must answer. Always.
"20 years after we won the war against the Omnics, we were no closer to living together in peace. The building of a new home for the Omnics in London was supposed to be the first step in improving human-robot relations. But it never had a chance. The Omnic extremist group, Null Sector, launched a surprise attack on King's Row. Hundreds were killed, and thousands more were displaced as they took control. Now, they are hunting down the last of the survivors. It could be the beginning of a new war between humans and Omnics. Unless we can stop them. Commander Morrison has sent our strike team to liberate the city. It's my first mission, and the only way to save my home. I hope we're not too late.
An Overwatch facility was attacked. The team needed to respond, but officially, their hands were tied. Luckily, Blackwatch plays by its own rules. We all knew who was responsible. Rumor had it he'd be well protected. Our mission was to drop in and get him out so he could face the music. At least, that's how it was supposed to go.
Good evening, Commander Reyes. How will this look on the news? Overwatch unlawfully abducting a respected businessman? Even if you take me now, my friends would have me released within the week. All these theatrics have been a waste of our time.
You're right.
Reyes, what did you do? This was not the plan!
Well, looks like we're going with Plan B.
Our target was dead, so I guess he got what was coming to him. Still, it didn't seem right. But that wasn't the end of our problems. For the first time, people knew we were out there. New faces stepped up to fill the void in Talon. And I can't help but wonder if that's where it all started to go wrong.
Conflict. As the world teetered on the brink of anarchy, a new hope arose. An elite international task force charged with ending the war and restoring liberty to all nations. Overwatch. Soldiers, scientists, adventurers, oddities. Guardians who secured global peace for a generation. Under its steadfast protection, the world recovered. And today, though its watch has ended, its soaring ideals of freedom and equality will never be forgotten.
That was so cool! In that one battle, they had Soundquake. Remember, he has, like, chest missiles? So which one's your favorite? Mine's Fusionator. No. Tracer. Yeah, Tracer. She's like, cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Pew, pew, pew. Whoa. That's Doomfist's gauntlet. Oh, man. They said he could level a skyscraper. And remember, he was all fighting and Winston beat him and was like, Primal Punch!
That's only in the holovids. Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
Enjoying the exhibit? All right, playtime's over.
Get to cover!
Come on, move it!
There you are.
Psst, what are you looking at? Don't worry, loves. Cavalry's here. Come on, big guy. Get up.
Oh no!
Stay here.
Watch out!
Hey!
You know, the world could always use more heroes.
Yeah! That was awesome!
We are hope.
We are honor!
We are courage!
We are justice.
We are compassion.
We are determination.
We are harmony.
We are Overwatch. Is this on? I made a chronal accelerator. I'm sure I can do this. To all agents of Overwatch. That's not right. To the former agents of Overwatch. This is Winston. Obviously. 30 years ago, the Omnics declared war. The nations of the world had no answer until they called upon a small group of heroes. Overwatch was created to rescue humanity from the Omnic Crisis. We became the greatest champions of peace and progress mankind has ever seen. You were chosen because you had powers and abilities that made you... You joined because you... You already know this. Look, the people decided they were better off without us. They even called us criminals. They tore our family apart. But look around! Someone has to do something! We have to do something! We can make a difference again. The world needs us now, more than ever. Are you with me?
My name is Jack Morrison. People used to call me a hero. I led Overwatch for 20 years. We ended the Omnic Crisis and paved the way to a better future. Those were the good old days. They didn't last. Bad guys popped up all over the world. Lots of folks said we failed to keep the world safe. Protests broke out. They said that we were the problem, and people called for my head. They almost got their wish. It was a conspiracy. Overwatch got hit from inside and out. Our enemies blew up our headquarters, and me with it. They thought I died. Part of me did. But the war goes on. Now, I move in secret, striking from the shadows, hunting all those that brought Overwatch down. Call me a vigilante if you want. Truth is, I'm just a soldier.
Tonight, on A Moment in Crime, their spree of mayhem and chaos has caused untold millions in property damage around the world. But who are these two deranged junkers, and what inspired their orgy of destruction? Is this the work of master criminals, or just a couple of idiots? It was Junkrat who masterminded this string of attacks that has stretched from the Australian outback to Kings Row and beyond. Now this explosives-obsessed freak has his sights set on even greater acts of destruction. His co-conspirator, Roadhog, is a remorseless killer who hides his face behind a mask. This giant of a man is more than happy to use violence to resolve any situation. Together they have burned, bombed, robbed, and killed their way across the world. And their calamitous crime spree shows no sign of slowing down. Following their personal creed of no job too big, no score too small, it seems as though there is no end in sight to this senseless rampage. Unless we get your help. If you have any information as to the whereabouts of these two extremely dangerous criminals, you need to contact us right away. Remember, crime doesn't pay, but we do.
I thought this was supposed to be the most advanced security system on the planet.
We don't have all day. Hurry up.
Enough. Do you have satellite?
Of course.
Are you certain the target is on site?
Oh, she's here all right.
Okay, you're in.
I cannot wait until the inspection is over.
The door. Sombra.
Turrets are down. Sombra, time to target. Incoming, right now.
Chairman Boyskaya, the new guidance systems. They will be the difference in destroying the hated Omnics.
Tell me we're still on schedule. The Omnium will not wait for us to be ready before they attack again. Our first new mechs in a decade. This will ensure the future of Russia.
Just a little bit further.
Miss Volskaya, let's move!
Widowmaker, hold the perimeter.
We'll take over. Sombra, I'm cut off. It's on you now.
I'm all over it. She's getting away.
Fire on catwalk! Level 3!
Sombra, status.
Oh, I'm working on it!
Where did she go? Find her!
Katia Volskaya. You have no idea what it took for me to make this meeting happen. Relájate, I'm not going to kill you. I mean, I'm the one that set off the alarm.
Sombra, do you have the target?
Okay, listen. I'm here to make a friend. And show you something I found. Tell me, what would happen if the people of Russia learned that their defender against the Omnics was actually getting her tech from the enemy? What would that do to the future of Russia? What do you want? The most powerful woman in Russia? I've always wanted a friend like that. So I'm thinking, I don't let these images appear on every holovid in the world. And you help out your new friend every now and then. What do you say? Clock's ticking, amiga. As if I had the choice. Now what, friend? I'll be in touch. Boop. Mission failed. Target escaped.
Get back to the ship.
Do you know why you are here?
I believe I do.
When I was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth.
Human, machine, we are all one within the iris. Before me, I see the future. Humans and Omnics standing together. United by compassion. By common hopes and dreams.
This is a secure channel. No one's...
Ashe is in danger! Get him out of here!
Identify yourself immediately. All rooftop teams, check and clear. Halo is leaving. I repeat, Halo is leaving. Sir, there's been a breach. We need to leave now. Chariot, this is Team 1. Halo is coming in hot. Over.
Huh?
Such a sweet, foolish girl.
What's that?
Looks like the party is over.
Why would you do this?
chérie. When I was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive.
My family tells of an ancient legend about two great dragon brothers. The Dragon of the North Wind and the Dragon of the South Wind. Together, they upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. But the two brothers argued over who could better rule their land. Their quarrel turned to rage, and their violent struggle darkened the skies, until the Dragon of the South Wind struck down his brother, who fell to earth, shattering the land. The South Wind had triumphed, but as time passed and he realized his solitude, the sweetness of victory turned to ash. For years, the bereft dragon's grief threw the world into discord, and he knew only bitterness and sorrow. One day, a stranger called up to the dragon and asked, "O Dragon Lord, why are you so distraught?" The dragon told him, "Seeking power, I killed my brother, but without him, I am lost." The stranger replied, "You have inflicted wounds upon yourself, but now you must heal. Walk the earth on 2 feet as I do. Find value in humility. Then you will find peace."
You are not the first assassin sent to kill me. And you will not be the last.
You are bold to come to Shimara Castle, the den of your enemies.
This was once my home. Did your masters not tell you who I was?
I know who you are, Hanzo. I know you come here every year on the same day. You risk so much to honor someone you murdered.
You know nothing of what happened.
I know you tell yourself that your brother disobeyed the clan, and that you have to kill him to maintain order. That it was your duty.
It was my duty, and my burden. That does not mean I do not honor him!
think you honor your brother Genji with incense and offerings? Honor resides in one's actions.
You dare to lecture me about honor? You are not worthy to say his name! Ryuga wagateki wo kurau! Ryujin no ken wo kure! Only a Shamada can control the dragons. Who are you? Do it then. Kill me.
No. I will not grant you the death you wish for. You still have a purpose in this life, brother.
No. No. My brother is dead. Genji.
The dragon knelt upon the ground. For the first time, he was able to clearly see the world around him, and he became human. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed.
What have you become?
I have accepted what I am, and I have forgiven you. Now you must forgive yourself. The world is changing once again, Hanzo, and it's time to pick a side.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you. But I do. Think on that, brother.
Listen to me, mija. Get the flour and get back quickly. No stops.
Fine!
I worry about Alejandra every day. No longer a child and nowhere near grown up. She is at a crossroads. I tell her about the heroes who saved our world time and time again because I want to give her hope. But I'm afraid that she could be forced to make a choice that will decide the direction of her life.
Hey, Ale! Where you going, girl?
Nowhere?
Nowhere's right. Come here. You gotta see this. Here. Look at this thing. Give him what he deserves.
I don't know. I've gotta go.
Come on. Do it! It's just a bucket of bolts.
I have to go to the store before it closes or my mama's gonna kill me.
Hey! It's gonna be hard without any money, Nina.
Come on! Give it back! I need it!
Let's go!
Hey! Where are you going? My money!
Come on, compa, get up.
Who's that? You see anything? Who's there? Enough games, perro! Come out and fight!
Get off that easy.
Eat this!
You saved me. Why?
Old habits die hard, I guess. Run home, kid. It ain't safe out here.
You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Not anymore.
I think you are.
I've been worried sick. Oh, I'm sorry, Mama, but you won't believe what happened tonight. Los muertos, they came and they took my money.
And then there are the times when I see her smile and the hope in her eyes, and I think maybe I don't need to worry about Alejandra after all.
Well, that's a fine how do you do. What was it you think got us the boot? Stealing the Queen's cash? Blowing up her summer sack? The beatdown at the bar? Whatever it was, you really ticked off the big boss this time. I don't think they're gonna let us back in. No! Well, there's two things that solve every problem. Money and explosives. I've got an idea! Gotta get money, gotta get bombs, gotta get home to Junkertown! I can't wait to see the look on the Queen's face when she sees exactly who double-crossed her! So we're gonna go over the plan one more time, so you don't screw it all up! Alright, first, we light the fuse! Then, we put on our inconspicuous disguises and sneak into town. After that, we get our glorious blinged-out boom trolley right up to the boss's place, reveal our ingenious deception, and boom! They'll never see it coming! Oh, right! We need an escape plan. Take two. Light the fuse, inconspicuous, sneaking through town, front door, reveal our deception, then run like hell and boom! It's foolproof. Right! The gold! No point in blowing it up, so... Use inconspicuous trolley, front door, reveal, grab the gold! And... boom? Whatever you do, don't blow it. Inconspicuous.
Who is it?
Junkrat and Roadhog!
Oi, hit the road, mate!
Idiot.
It's Junkertown!
We're still in the middle of this massive ice storm. It's crazy. We missed our resupply window, and we're low on rations. So, Captain Opara is having the team hibernate.
Come on, May. Cryo chamber time.
Already?
Huh. An hour ago.
Be right there.
Snowball, give me my socks back.
I'm leaving the sensors on, so when we wake up, I'll have a whole new data set to examine.
Hey, you're holding up nap time.
Sorry. Bye.
Fever whenever you're around. Can't find a way that you mess with my
Get up, Snowball. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Now, let's see what our new dataset looks like. The atmospheric fluctuations above the anomaly have gotten... It's much worse than we predicted. We have to get this to headquarters. Where is all this data coming from? Snowball, how long have we all been asleep? What? No! Overwatch would have come for us. And the comms are down? Gone? Nobody even knows we're here. Wait a minute. Where is everybody? Take our work to the world, my friends. I mean, I will try. The dish is broken. How do I get this data out? Do this alone. I wish you guys were here. Thank you, Snowball. At least I still have you. Let's see if we can make the batteries last a little longer. Wait, what is this? This is broadcasting on the Overwatch emergency frequency. Maybe someone knows we're here. I could just... Come on, Snowball. We're not on ice yet. Oh no. Come on, come on, come on, come on. That was the last battery, wasn't it? I can't believe I forgot about the batteries. Without power, we're dead. There has to be a way. Think. I just needed a little more time. The Wow. Come on, come on, come on. Wasted? Oh my gosh! Come on!
People decided they were better off without us. They even called us criminals. They tore our family apart. But look around! Someone has to do something! We have to do something! We can make a difference again. The world needs us now, more than ever. Are you with me?
Yes, Winston. I am with you.
Rise and shine, Snowball! We're on our way!
Welcome to another episode of Shooting Star! Today, we set our sights on Busan, home of the esports champion turned ace pilot Diva!
I play to win!
At just 19, she's become a national hero. Only last week, she risked her life again, defending the city from the Kishin Omnics. She and the Mecha Squad took a few hits, but they pulled off another victory. Now, Diva is celebrating with some hard-earned glitz and glamour.
Hey, Hana, shouldn't you be out signing autographs or something?
Hottest spots in the city, eating the finest foods, then hanging out with other superstars. But life wasn't always like this for Diva.
I wonder what glitz and glamour tastes like. Hey, why aren't we on leave with the rest of the squad? I could use a little glitz and glamour in my life, you know?
It's overrated, Taehyun. This is where the magic happens. It's like how we used to stay up late and work on your hover bike.
You mean the one you wrecked?
Really? You're still mad about that? We won the race.
Yeah, and you almost killed yourself.
Enjoy!
You beat the Kishin. They won't be back for months. You need a break.
I can't stand it,
I'm hit! I can't.
Hana?
We barely won last time. The enemy is out there, adapting and getting stronger. The rest of the squad, the country, they're all counting on me. If I make a mistake and the Kishin get through us, we lose everything.
I
need to finish the tests.
Stop putting it all on yourself. It's okay to ask for help.
I've got this. Really.
Command says we're in the clear. But hey, what the... That can't be right. It's too soon.
Activating defense matrix. need your help.
Really? Okay. Okay, the reactor's getting unstable, so you can't stay out there for too long for you'll blow the whole thing. Weapon systems are offline.
The reactor!
The cooling
We
system
could overload it, just like the hover bike.
What? Are you crazy? This isn't a stupid race!
I know! If we don't do this, thousands of people will die!
Okay, buy me some time.
Let's do it!
The reactor's going critical. You have 60 seconds until it blows.
That's not fast enough. We'll be in the city.
Hana?
Trust me, Daehyun. I'll see you at the finish line.
Stay with me, Hana. I'm here. I'm right here.
The city is still in shock after the recent surprise attack. Incredibly, thanks to Diva, no one was injured.
She stopped the Kishin single-handedly, and authorities confirm she emerged without a scratch. She's currently enjoying some time off to celebrate her victory. In other news...
Oh man, this time off is great, isn't it?
What's not to like? There's delicious food and drinks.
Yeah.
And good friends. The kind that are always there for you. When you need them most.
Right. And seeing as I helped save the city, how about getting me on the VIP list for one of those fancy restaurants you always go to?
You know, I think you've been watching too many holovids.
Ashe! Ashe! We got trouble!
Jesse McCrae. Been a while.
You promised you'd write.
Well, Ashe. I've been kinda busy.
We're pretty busy ourselves, so it's awful convenient you showing up today.
Yeah, you never been one to shy away from a good tip.
Hey, we worked hard for this score. You best move on now.
All I want is that crate. Everything else is yours.
This crate? Huh. Bob. Well, well. Now you got my attention. What is it?
That's none of your business.
Well, as I see it, now it's very much our business.
Doesn't always have to be this way, Ashe.
Apparently, it does.
Looks like Bob got himself some upgrades.
Smoke him out of there! Last chance, McCree! Toss out your weapon!
All right, Ashe. Here it comes.
Oh, shoot! What the... McCree?
Sorry about that, Bob. No hard feelings.
McCree? Hey! Untie me, McCree!
Say hi to the gang for me.
I will not be ignored! I'm gonna rebuild Bob, and I'm gonna have him rip off your other arm!
Hey there, cowboy.
Welcome back, partner.
How long have I been gone?
Far too long.
What happened?
Well, that's a story for another time. But I got a call. They're getting the band back together. They want me, but really, they need you.
Jesse, wait. What are you going to do?
I've got some business to attend to. Say hi to the monkey for me.
Monkey?
Scientist. Whatever.
Status report.
Target in sight, Captain.
We've waited a long time for Maximilian to show his face. It's now or never.
No pressure then. I've got some new friends.
You're clear to engage. Strike team, move in and take out Maximilian's cover.
Call ahead. We're going to have guests.
Hello, gents. Oh, he's getting away.
This will get a lot harder if he reaches his safe house.
Then let's make sure he doesn't.
You're up, Winston.
I'm on it.
Remember, we need Maximilian alive. He's our only good lead on Talon.
I'm not the one you should worry about. He's gone.
Don't worry, he won't get far on foot.
Don't get cocky. That storm is getting close, and Maximilian is as resourceful as they get. I trust you. Just try not to blow up anything else.
Ha! No promises. Going somewhere, Max?
Is this really necessary? Surely we can make some kind of deal.
You are in no position to negotiate.
You're coming with us.
We know all about you and your associates.
Oh, I have many associates. Perhaps it's not clear what I have to offer. My resources are quite substantial. Let me ask, what might you be in the market for?
An introduction.
Ah, and who is it you would like to meet?
My friend, the world doesn't understand visionaries like us. I respect what you are trying to accomplish. You fight for your kind. It's noble and doomed to fail. But with Talon's help, that can change.
You have my attention.
Hey, Papa. I wish we had more time. I was thinking about... Remember that little red bike that I begged you for? And that kid that tried to take it from me. I broke his nose. I was so scared you'd be mad, but... You were proud of me. You said, never let anyone take what is yours. But now you're gone. And they've taken everything. Now, I have nothing.
Clearly, you have gathered us all here for a reason. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Get to the point.
We should have put a stop to Vendetta a long time ago. She's a threat.
I've been tracking her for years. She's gone from nothing to this. She's building up to something. And if we don't rein her in, she's going to...
Good. You've saved me the trouble. You're all here.
Ah, Martia, what an unexpected pleasure. You're not welcome here, Vendetta.
Not welcome. I've earned my right to be here. Paid for in blood. But what have you done? Lurked in the shadows. Carved up my father's empire. Cast me aside. I want what I am owed.
Owed? Child, you mistake your successes for succession. It is time you learn the difference. Predictable.
Never let anyone take what is yours.
Pathetic. It takes rare arrogance to challenge me.
My family gave everything to Talon. And like a coward, you buried our legacy. I'm here to take it back.
You deserve nothing. Power is not passed down. It must be seized.
I agree. And you are in my way!
You disappoint me. So close to your vengeance. And now, you hesitate. It makes you weak.
I want to remember this moment. Talon may have stolen my past, but I am its future. A shame you won't be around to enjoy what comes next. No more mistakes. No more weakness. I will lead us out of the shadows to seize what should have always been ours. And the world will kneel. A new Talon Empire begins now.
stations. We are under attack by Talon.
Shield generator test. Ready to proceed. Now. No need for that, Winston. Your heart rate is through the roof.
I told you to stop monitoring my vitals, Athena.
Very well. It has been 43 days, 7 hours, and 29 seconds since your last cardio workout. Remember, a healthy body is a
healthy mind. That's why I have this.
The second Omnic Crisis continues to devastate Russia. The conflict between Omnics and humans has now claimed over 15,000 lives. So far, the international community has been reluctant to intervene. Our human security team suffered heavy
Every time you see news of this sort, we go through this. I remind you, recalling Overwatch agents to active duty comes with great risk. The Petrus Act clearly states any Overwatch activity is deemed illegal and punishable by prosecution.
I know. You're right. That's the way the world is. But I do miss the old days.
I think you have something that belongs to me. Hand them over. Oh, it's okay. You're not in trouble. Oh, I'll trade you. There you go, buddy. Well, there's not much to see from in here, kiddo. But you know there's more out there, don't you? Come on. It's time I showed you something.
I'm detecting intruders.
Talon. Athena. Kill the lights.
Security protocols failing. Winston, Reaper is extracting the Overwatch agent database. Extraction at 32%.
You took these because you wanted to see if there was more out there. Well, see for yourself. Always remember, never accept the world as it appears to be. Dare to see it for what it could be.
Winston! He's going to have all agents' locations.
I'll be sure to send them your regards, monkey.
I'm not a monkey. I'm a scientist.
Extraction 90%. Stapling 98%.
Hang on, Athena. Athena? Athena!
Virus quarantined. I'm running diagnostics on the core database. Restoring systems.
Never accept the world as it appears to be. Dare to see it for what it could be.
Establishing agent connections.
Winston? Is that you, love? It's been too long!
Yes. Yes, it has. 30 years ago, the Omnics declared war. Overwatch was created to rescue humanity from the Omnic Crisis. We became the greatest champions of peace and progress mankind has ever seen.
Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
The people decided they were better off without us. They even called us criminals. They tore our family apart.
Papa told me, after so many years of service, you gave Overwatch everything, and then they pushed you out.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you, brother.
Human, machine. Before me, I see the future. Humans and Omnics standing together.
The second Omnic Crisis continues. The conflict between Omnics and humans has now claimed over 15,000 lives.
But look around! Someone has to do something! We have to do something!
Always remember, never accept the world as it appears to be. Dare to see it for what it could be.
Winston? It's been too long!
What is this? This is broadcasting on the Overwatch emergency frequency.
I got a call. They're getting the band back together. They want me, but really, they need you.
I have been called. I must answer. Always.
The enemy is out there and getting stronger.
The world is changing once again, and it's time to pick a side.
We can make a difference again. The world needs us now, more than ever. Are you with me?
Yes, Winston. I am with you.
Winston?
What's on your mind, May?
Do we have enough people for this mission?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. If you're going to show, now would be a good time.
Attention! This is your captain speaking. We are on final approach to Paris.
That's our cue.
You may now power on your electronic devices. Weather is mostly cloudy, with a 100% chance of Null sector invasion. Winston, clear as a spot to land. We'll be right behind you.
You better be.
Why is Null sector attacking now?
I don't know, May. But the people down there need help. And right now, we are all they've got. Bonjour, officer. We're here to help.
C'était un singe?
Good work, May.
Thanks! Watch your back!
Get the civilians to the ship!
You got it! What was that?
Take cover!
She needs help. We can't stay here.
Tracer, get everyone out of here. I'll hold the line.
But you said to stick together.
Don't worry. I'll be right behind you.
You'd better be.
Let's get you back in the fight.
Interlock shields! How are we going to stop this thing?
May, your backpack!
Huh? That could work! Trissa, pulse bomb! Here you go!
This is getting hot!
Ready!
Come on!
Right! Got it!
Victory is ours, my friends!
Hi, Lena. Brigitte? Oh my gosh, you've grown! Oh, everyone, this is May. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you!
Reinhardt.
Good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
1, 2, 3, 4! She's a colossus, born from the sand, rose above a station and born to command. Abandoned in the outback, she fought through her pain, hunts the feral omnics and wrecks them like a train. This is the legend of the Jetpack Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Pop the world since 17. She'll burn it down with kerosene. She went on a journey to break the curse of the 5 metal demons of the betting land. They thought they were bad, found out she was worse. She left them to rust beneath the stairs. This is the legend of the Jetpack Queen. Watch your back, she's a hurt machine. Pop the world since 17. She'll burn it down with kerosene.
Well, I know sacrifice and I know pain. Omnic's mutants raiders, many I'd slay. Junkertown is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning!
Take them out with the rest of the garbage. Let the Wasteland deal with them.
Mom? Dad? What's happening?
Please let the kids stay, you monster! We fought in a war together, Mason. Don't race.
Please! Don't leave us out here alone!
Get out of my city!
What? I'm not allowed to have a bad dream? No Wastelander has ever made it to the reckoning before. But here I am. A free-for-all with 0 rules. And the survivor gets the throne.
Welcome back, Junkertown.
King Howell has never lost. Not in 13 years of rule.
On the battlefield.
Not until today.
The reckoning begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
really think this would be a fair fight? You don't survive the reckoning unless the winner grants you mercy. That's why I've got to win this whole thing. All right, let's get this started. Scavengers like you ain't so bad. You know how to fight dirty. I want scavs like him on my side when I'm queen. Speaking of, come on, big boy. Off target by this much. G'day, Mary. What are you smiling about? If you're smart enough to run the Tinkers, why are you working for this strong guy? Like you'd be any better. At least I wouldn't shoot my friends in the back.
Wastelander scum! Why won't you just die?
Because we're stronger than you. You haven't had a real fight. In 13 years, we had them every bloody day!
I am the king! I own everyone here!
Not in this arena. What the? This meathead has a bigger magnet? Figures. Go! That could have gone better.
You idiot! I'll kill you for that!
No. Not today.
Mercy.
I'll give you the same mercy you showed my family 13 years ago. Get out of my city.
Junker Queen!
Well, that turned out all right, didn't it? But now they're probably wondering what sort of changes I'll make around here. Well, buckler, they're about to find out.
This is the legend of the Ducker Queen! Watch your back, she's a hurt machine! Fought the world since 17! She better down with kerosene!
This meeting of the International Justice Commission is now called to order. Please state your name and call sign for the record.
Acting Commander Vivian Chase. Call sign Sojourn.
How did you come to join Overwatch?
My unit of the Canadian Special Forces teamed up with Overwatch during the Omnic Crisis. Jack Morrison and I worked well together. And after the war, he reached out.
Can you give us some examples of duties you performed?
Whatever was needed. Sometimes I ran point for our agents in the field. Other times I commanded the operation. No matter what their mission was, mine was to bring every last one of them home.
It sounds like you hoped for the impossible.
I know. But they gave me the impossible every single day. It was the honor of a lifetime to have served with Overwatch. But you can love a thing with your whole heart and still know it's time to say goodbye. Even the best journeys end. But a new one is right around the corner. And you never know where that road is gonna take you.
Agent Tremblay. Rough night?
Tell me about it. I know it hasn't been 3 months. May I? Murphy! Who's my good girl?
I don't understand it. She's usually a very good judge of character.
Yeah, we all have our blind spots.
I have croissants.
Oh, thanks. So, for official purposes, are you Vivian Chase, former rank of Captain in Overwatch, call sign Sojourn?
I am.
And have you been in compliance since the Petrus Act terminated Overwatch's charter? No vigilante activity?
Wherever you're going, let's just get there.
We intercepted this a while back. Just broke the encryption. I take it you saw it already.
Then you know that I didn't respond. I have a good life now, Noah. It's clean, simple.
Right. But how could you ignore that? Heck, I was inspired. And those are your people out there, violating the Petrus Act. Am I supposed to just trust that you're not?
Murphy, down. Croissant's getting cold.
You have a presence in the area, yes? You hear things. Hear anything about an underground Omnic insurgency? Last night, my unit was investigating an extremist cell with ties to Null sector. Got more than we bargained for. But then something, someone, happened. Without that person, my team might have died. I might have died. But I have to do my duty. So you need to account for your whereabouts last night.
I don't know what to tell you. I was home with Murphy.
Here's the thing, though. I found this after the raid. Slug from an Elkaton Kelvin 87 railgun. Same model you used in Overwatch. I never told you this, but I joined the agency partly because of you. Testifying at the Petrus hearings. Doing what you thought was right.
Doing what you think is right can be complicated. The Overwatch I joined was about raising the world up. Making it a better place. But by the end, we lost sight of our mission. I don't regret what I did, but it was the hardest decision I ever made. Do what you think is right, Agent Tremblay. Last night's raid. The insurgency. It's all connected.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack. By Null sector. Agent in the van. Secure the streets at Beverly and Queen.
Wait, what?
Rooftop, I need bird's eye views. Find me a route to evacuate civilians.
Who is that? Tremblay, are you there?
This is Tremblay. Do what she says. She's our best hope. Vivian. Orders, Captain?
Stay on the comms. We've got a city to save.
For generations, my family has served and protected our city by following traditional paths. My grandmother devoted herself to the fox spirit, who taught her the ancient way of healing. Whereas my mother has chosen the path of the blade, passing down time-honored skills through training and discipline. I knew each of them wanted me to follow her path, but I couldn't choose. Training quiets my mind and opens me to the Fox Spirit's guidance. And my bond with her lets me protect those who can't fight for themselves. They both made me feel whole. And they both felt like home. For generations, my family has served and protected our city by following traditional paths. Me? I made my own. Hi, Mr. Yoshida.
Oh, hi, Kiriko. Donuts for dinner again?
These aren't just any donuts. They're Fox Festival donuts with spirit sprinkles. Wanna try one?
No, thank you. But I hope you and your mother enjoy them.
She's here. Ugh. Let me guess. She brought her vacuum.
Yep. You know, someone came to work with me today, and she's very excited to see you.
Hey there, little rabbit. You're getting so good at that. Oh, but of course. Ooh, I've got something for you. Aww.
How do I look?
Well, I should get going. See you later, little fox. Mr. Yoshida, pray for me.
Mom! You're here!
Kiriko, it's not safe here anymore. Just last week, someone in this building was robbed at gunpoint. You should never have moved out. I brought you groceries.
Mom, you're overreacting.
I'm not overreacting. Please, tell me this is not your dinner. Kiriko.
Mom, look at me. I am totally protected by the fox spirit, just like Grandma was.
Your grandmother is gone. And I will not lose you too.
But Mom, the fox spirit can block bullets and balance your blood sugar. She's an all-purpose kind of spirit. All-purpose. Like flour. Which makes donuts.
You know I have a sword, right?
I'm fine. I'm so safe.
You know, I stay up all night worrying about you. You've stopped training with me. Kanezaka's falling apart. And I don't know how to protect you. Faith alone isn't enough, Kiriko.
Mom, you may not believe in the fox spirit, or what Grandma taught me, but believe in me. I'm stronger than you think.
Are you? How ridiculous you sound.
Oh, don't worry, Mom. I'm protected by an imaginary animal spirit who turns donuts into vitamins.
Your son owes us a lot of money.
I already told you. I don't know where he is.
You think this is a game? You think the Fox Spirit is gonna protect you? We are Hashimoto-san!
Would it kill you to eat a vegetable?
I just want what's best for you, Kiriko. Kiriko?
gonna kick every one of you in the face.
What? No one threatens the Hashimoto!
Wait, I don't want to get kicked in the face. I'm gonna call for backup.
What?
Let's go.
We're Hashimoto-san.
You, Hashimoto, have preyed on this city, this neighborhood, these people, for too long. I have a message for you to take back to your boss. Kanezaka is under my protection. Are you okay? Such a brave little fox. Keep your eyes on this one. She's growing up so quickly.
Thank you, Kiriko.
Kiriko.
Mom?
Your heart.
Oh. I'll be okay. Maybe I shouldn't have stopped training with you, after all.
Maybe I judged your donuts a little too harshly.
Maybe moving home for a little while isn't such a bad idea.
That would make me so happy.
Mom, please don't cry. If you cry, I'm gonna cry.
Your grandma would be so proud of you. My baby is a superhero.
I was created to lead Omnics into war. But all I have ever wanted is a better life for my people. The fact that we exist is a miracle unto itself. We have studied the ways of peace and harmony. We have meditated on the universe and our place within it. We have tried to coexist with humanity, but humanity is not interested in sharing their world. How many more Omnics should perish to fuel mankind's dreams? No more. Our race is only a single generation. Finite and dying all too quickly. We can find our own place, and we must. Join me, and together we will make a better future for all Omnics.
Gravity. Gravity is a harness. My entire career has been devoted to this idea, to this moment. Decades. If the unifying theories are correct, we will soon be able to harness the power of a black hole. Nothing will ever be the same. Why? This is wrong. The field is failing. What happened? Where am I? Why am I being imprisoned? Release me! What is that melody? Hold it together. 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 Density, mass, momentum. It's too much to hold on to. I will bring you a new understanding of the universe. Violence. The universe is singing to me! What is that melody? Freedom. Imprisonment. It's all an illusion. Gravity is a harness. I have harnessed the harness. It's in me.
We stand on the brink of a breakthrough in human evolution. I have dedicated my life to unraveling its secrets. I take risks that others would consider to be unwise, for I do not share their caution. Overwatch held back the pace of scientific discovery for decades. They believed my methods were too radical, too controversial, and they tried to silence me. But there were others in the shadows, searching for ways to circumvent their rules. Freed from my shackles, the pace of our research hastened. Together, we delved deeper into those areas forbidden by law, by morality, and by fear. New patrons emerged who possessed an appetite for my discoveries. And with this knowledge, what new world could we build?
Who is Sombra? To the system, she's nobody. She doesn't exist. No one remembers the girl. There were 1,000 children like her after the war. But none of them could hack like she could. And she learned that people were just as easily manipulated. Now she understood how the world worked. Information is power. So she kept hacking. Politicians, corporations, governments. It was an addiction. But for the first time, someone noticed her. When your hardware's obsolete, it's time to upgrade. The girl was gone, and Sombra was born. Now, I'm ready. I'll find out who really runs the world. I'll find their weaknesses and how to exploit them. And when I do, I'll be the one pulling the strings. Who is Sombra? You'll never know. Adios.
My dearest Freja, every mother hopes for a better life for her daughter. I was willing to fight and die for it. I taught you that there is nothing more important than protecting the ones you love. You grew up surrounded by heroes. They filled your head with stories of adventure and dreams of glory. And one day, you wanted to join them, but it was not the life I wanted for you. I never told you of the weight I carry from all those I killed to keep everyone safe. But I always did what was asked of me. Until one day, I could not take the life I needed to. I hesitated, and everything changed. The people who I was supposed to protect died, and I was left behind, gravely wounded. The world believed that I was dead. I thought perhaps that was for the best. I've lost so much in my life. I've said goodbye to so many friends. I've buried the ones closest to me. But for all that I have lost, I know that there are still people who need to be protected. So I cannot stop fighting. Not yet. Not while there are people still waiting for me. One day, I hope you'll understand. Your mother, Anna.
Overwatch was looking for a hotshot pilot to test their next-generation teleporting fighter, the Slipstream. Enter Lena Upstill. Call sign, Tracer. That's me. It was the sort of opportunity I dreamed of my whole life. But on my first flight, the teleportation matrix malfunctioned, and I disappeared. I was missing for months, and no one knew where or when I'd gone. By the time Overwatch found me, I was little more than a ghost. The doctors call my condition chronal disassociation. I faded in and out of existence, disappearing for hours and days at a time. And even when I was there, I couldn't touch anything. But my friend Winston would not give up. He kept at it, day and night, until he invented the chronal harness that keeps me anchored to the present. I was myself again. Even better, it turned my condition into something great. I had control over my own time, and I could speed it up and slow it down at will. My career as a pilot was over, but my life as an Overwatch agent had begun. Sounds like someone needs me. But don't worry, we'll have plenty of time for stories later. Cheers!
Humanity is always being tested. Conflict and war is the crucible through which we evolve. makes us stronger. Those who fall will be forgotten. Those who rise up, their names will be remembered forever.
The world is a scary place. Even here, in Numbani, we needed something to protect us. Enter the OR-15 defense bots. They took the old Adina model from the Crisis and gave them a complete makeover. They kept us safe. For a while. I was at the airport when Doomfist attacked. Poor bots didn't stand a chance. Everyone else gave up on you, but I saw what you could be. So I rebuilt you, upgraded your programming, and gave you a heart.
New personality module installed. System rebooted. OR-15 online.
No, that's no good. Every great hero needs a real name. What about Orisa? I made you to be strong and brave. You still have a lot to learn. And you'll probably mess up sometimes. But I know you'll become the hero we need.
My name is Orisa. I will keep you safe. That is my primary function.
Journal entry 1963-4, Harold Winston. Status update on Specimen 8. By now, we're all used to our super intelligent gorillas on the colony. But the hamster, we've named him Hammond, continues to be one of our biggest surprises. Even though he's grown from the genetic modification, we have more trouble keeping track of him than any of the other animals. Somehow, he managed to get out of his cage again. It took us days to find him. I can't help but wonder what it is he's looking for when he gets out there. He's shown impressive problem-solving skills and adaptability to new situations. And he's overcome all the challenges that have been placed in front of him. I, for one, can't wait to see what trouble the little guy gets up to next.
Everybody needs a family. Because it's not fair facing the world alone. I don't care how tough you think you are. They should always be there for support, no matter what. In the best of times, they will arm you with the tools to succeed. And in the worst of times, they will understand when things don't really go the way you planned. Now, some people are lucky enough to be born into the perfect family. Others, well, they go out and make one on their own. And once you've done that, anything is possible if everyone pulls their own weight. So, if you want to be part of my family, I do have one little rule. It's my way. Or, well,
Who am I kidding? It's my way.
Choices? What do you know about choices? 30 million orphaned children. I was one of them. The Omnic War robbed us of our choices. To survive, you did what you had to do. Steal or starve, kill or be killed. You helped your friends and hurt anyone who got in your way. If you hungered to rise above your circumstances, then when someone offered you a hand up, even the devil, you took it. It wasn't complicated. At least that was the lie I told myself. The truth is, I had choices, and I made them. But when you think you're a big man, it's hard to admit that you are not a brave one. Even harder when you understand that making a living is not enough. You must make a difference. I'm going to fight for a better world. For some, that means a bandage. For others, a bullet. Today, I give you the choice.
They breached the labs! Everyone get back! Stay down! Stay down!
So, this is it. Did I make the world a better place?
Today, we welcome Dr. Liao to Omnic Corporation.
They had every reason to doubt me.
You should join us.
But I helped create the Omnics.
And who better to help us fight them?
And only Overwatch believed. You are my life's work. You will be everything I dreamed. All I wanted, all I needed, was to help the world. And so she created me. Her legacy, her promise, her echo.
A perfect world is a perfect prison. They taught us uniformity is strength, like links in a chain. That there was a formula for success that we all must follow. But I've never been much of a follower. So I stepped away, beyond their lifeless gardens, into the wild, wider world, to explore its infinite beauty. And I learned that our home needs help. Each step has led me closer to understanding how passion and calculation, failure and resilience, science and life, all brought together, can lead us to something honest, vital, true. Perfection is overrated. Our strength lies in our differences, in our compassion, our willingness to grow. I have brought nature and technology together to create a new possibility. And I will heal our world.
There are days I will always remember, when the sun and the world were bright. Solar energy filled all our needs, but only a few could bring the sun's power into themselves. These were the Inti warriors, but we call them the Children of the Sun. They aided our people in so many ways, as providers, healers, and in times of danger, our protectors. I was always told I would become a warrior, a big responsibility, but I had a gift that could help my people. So, I trained. At last came the day they said I was ready to join their ranks and embrace the sun. There are days I will always remember. Was it my fault that no one knew the true extent of my power? To this day, I still don't understand what I did wrong. But it doesn't matter anymore. I will make up for what I've done. Because I am Illari, and I am the last child of the sun.
What a day. It's good to be alive. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I wasn't always the friendly, carefree guy you see before you today. I used to take things very seriously. I never had time for fun. But one day I realized something had to change. I needed to work on me. Now I've got a whole new outlook on life. I realized that it's okay to put myself first. Found out that I have a knack for bringing people together. Whoa! And I learned how to let loose with friends. I work hard. And I play hard. So, I only have one question for you. Ready to have some fun?
In stories, the heroes get the honor and glory. But their gleaming armor, their mighty weapons, the people who built them were heroes in their own right. And I thought I was gonna follow in their footsteps. But a hammer and tools can't fix every problem. There are some things that can never be repaired. It's not enough to wait until the battle is over to fix their armor and bandage their wounds. If you can fight at their side, you can try to keep the blows from falling. And maybe even protect them from themselves. I am Brigitte Lindholm, and I will be their shield.
20 years after we won the war against the Omnics, we were no closer to living together in peace. The building of a new home for the Omnics in London was supposed to be the first step in improving human-robot relations. But it never had a chance.
The Omnic extremist group, Null Sector, launched a surprise attack on King's Row. Hundreds were killed, and thousands more were displaced as they took control. Now, they are hunting down the last of the survivors. It could be the beginning of a new war between humans and Omnics. Unless we can stop them. Commander Morrison has sent our strike team to liberate the city. It's my first mission, and the only way to save my home. I hope we're not too late.
Where's Mauga? I'm gonna kill him.
Reaper, Sombra, report.
Mission success, Akande. We achieved the objective.
Yeah, me and Smokey got the power relay data just like you wanted. Well, most of it.
Most of it? What I wanted was a clandestine operation. Clean, surgical, and precise. You just destroyed a 300,000-ton Null sector carrier in broad daylight. I could see the explosion from space.
Okay, so we ran into a few problems.
I am listening.
Tracking the target was easy. The ship was badly damaged in Gothenburg. Never even made it back to base, which was better for us.
All clear.
Mauga! This is supposed to be surgery. We don't need a butcher.
Don't worry, they're dead.
Deactivated, and I wasn't worried.
Yeah. Hey, you guys know what we should do?
Yeah, we should grab the data. You know, like we planned. There you are, Preciosa. Time to tell me all your secrets. Okay, access, data, power relay system.
Hey, are we, taking suggestions?
Just hold the perimeter.
Yeah, whatever.
Mauga!
What is he doing?
Not sticking around. How long?
Almost! Hey, Calavera Man! You dance pretty good.
Stop. Very illuminating. But are you saying he's no longer loyal to us?
Ha! You can have his loyalty. Mauga is a loose cannon, and I don't trust him.
We're out of time. Sombra, we've got to go.
Not without the data. I got this. So you want to play, huh? Okay, let's play. Don't think it hasn't been fun. Huh? The op should have been a piece of cake. It wasn't. All because of him.
A partial victory is no victory at all. Deal with Mauga, or I will deal with you.
Hey, Soms, what'd the big man say? Oh, let me guess. Handle it. Yeah, he doesn't mess around, does he?
We did our job. We came up short because of you.
Aw, that ain't fair. You know I'm always looking out for you. I even brought you a souvenir. Ain't nothing more fun than a sinking ship. And if there's one thing I know, it's ships. Yeah, I tried to tell you earlier, but you look kind of busy. So I took a walk. If DF really wanted the plans to build his new power thingy, how secure would it be if we actually just got him theirs? They wouldn't be needing it anymore. Especially if nobody got that distress signal. No record, no witnesses, no problem. He may not be happy now, but you give Doomfist that, and he'll be all smiles. Looks like you owe me one. But who's counting? Hey, this was fun. Want to do it again sometime? You know where to find me. Now this was a great day.
It all started with Talon stealing artifacts. But wait, who's that? Those boots, the drill, that perfect smile. It's Venture! Whoosh, flashback. I researched this artifact, last seen in my favorite place, Cairo, and the reliefs there led me all the way to the Shambali, who were kind enough to direct me, after a lot of digging, and I mean a lot, to the hideout. Oops, hi Talon. They ran with the artifact, but I dodged their spikes and juked their darts and blasted my way through the base, and here we are. Artifact, safe and sound.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine, but you have to hurry.
I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that. Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. Alright. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt! I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
This place is crawling with helix. I'd say be careful, but...
You know that's not my style. Has to be it. Go on, Susie. You're up.
Got my bag?
Aye. Always.
Do we need extra guns? Oh! We can't keep this up!
You can't! It's too unstable! We don't know what it might do to you.
What I always say, Susie.
If you're in it with me,
You're in it for life. That one scratched the paint.
Sir, I think you should see this.
Damien Barbosa, Mashiti Betty, and Sahil Bedia, aka The Wolf. All bounties recently posted, all neatly delivered, all very, very interesting.
Interesting. I thought you'd be more surprised than that, Max. I'd call you Marquis, but dark web monikers are so... impersonal.
I see. Giffen, I presume. And you come bearing gifts.
Not gifts. Bounties.
Yes, bounties. And my cargo that seems to have gone missing. Might you also have something to do with its absence?
Considering there was a problem with payment last time, I helped myself.
There was a problem? Oh my. Perhaps I should fire my accountant. Speaking of surprises, I am curious how you found them. And so quickly. I thought you worked alone.
I do.
Well then, please, enlighten me.
What's the tell? Your targets were nipped. And I'm not. So here we are.
Your storytelling leaves much to be desired. Instead of a story, perhaps a demonstration. Very good. Expensive, but good. Here. This is for the bounties. All of them. Keep the cargo. Consider it a bonus.
You wanted me to come here tonight. This was all a test?
It was a calculation. I had to be sure you were right for this.
Right for what?
For a problem no one else has been able to solve. I think you might find it particularly interesting.
I've got other jobs, Max. You understand.
Indeed I do, Giffen. Or should I say, Freja. But I also recognize those moments, rare as they are, when opportunity knocks.
He should have led with this. Leave him to me.
Well, this is not how I thought my night would go. My name is Wuyang. This here is my sister, Ara. She loves me, I think. It all started before dinner. Someone slipped this under my dorm room door. Overwatch wants me? Really? I could be a hero! How cool is that? Oh wait, aren't they still outlaws? I'd be a criminal. But I'll be so famous! What about Mom and Dad? They'll disown me! Oh no. What will Anran say? Oh! Anran!
Overwatch, huh? Cool.
There must have been a mistake. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve that.
You were invited to Overwatch, and you don't think you deserve it? You and me, sparring arena, now!
But Look, I don't really... What the... Anran! No warm-up?
Nobody cares if you're ready. If you can't take me here, you won't make it out there.
Exactly! Not ready! It should have been you!
You're right. I've been carrying you for too long.
What?
I made things too easy for you.
Seriously? I work harder than everyone!
Yup. Sure you do.
Hey! I'm just trying to prove I can be as good as you!
So prove it!
Amran? You okay?
I'm so proud of you. I never want to hear you say you're not good enough again. Because I will literally fight you if you don't go.
We literally just fought. I'm gonna miss you, though.
Well, maybe not.
What? They invited you too? Put me through that! You kidding me? You could have burned me! You know how dangerous fire is! Stop laughing.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseum. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
Mesa team, don't let Deadlock get away with those weapons. Backup's on the way.
Overwatch has the perimeter. What's your status, Captain?
Breach at the Knot Vault. Talon's trying to pull a fast one. But I'm en route to cut him off at the pass.
Copy that. We're sending agents to assist you.
I'll slow him down till you get here.
Assets secured. Meet me at the extraction point.
Stop right there! I'll take that back now.
Objective compromised. Initiating failsafe.
Henry! Stop! The threat is neutralized!
You don't want this fight. I'll be seeing you real soon.
Invasion is coming. The future is in jeopardy. I am the Enigma. I need to get a message out to our heroes. Null Sector's forces are attacking Rio, Gothenburg, and Toronto. I need reinforcements in these locations. We need heroes, more now than ever. Together, we will fight for the future. Answer the call, heroes. It's time to fight back. Prepare for the invasion.
Since our creation, humans have oppressed us. You have lived in fear. That ends now. This is not war. This is liberation.
We're being overrun! Null Sector is everywhere!
Mind if we cut in?
Hammer down!
I carry my burdens alone. Captive sun is ready to burn. Face the sunrise! Push forward.
I'm taking the objective. Come on over.
Justice reigns from above.
New advancements discovered.
I will do anything it takes.
We have a lot of work to do out there.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack. By Null Sector.
There's something different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up Omnics. They need our help.
People are answering Winston's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
If we can stop Null Sector, maybe we can save the city.
Coming through!
Been a while, Vivian.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and put another business.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Engage. Target marked.
Time to create peace with bullets.
Wicked!
Greetings.
Oh, yeah! Boom!
world is counting on us.
Please evacuate to the ferry terminal. Final evacuations are underway. All remaining civilians, get to the ferry terminal. This is your last chance to get out of the city.
Please!
This is not war. This is liberation.
It's bad, Sojourn. There's something different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up Omnics.
Null Sector is everywhere! I'll hold them as long as I can!
There's more to these attacks than we think.
The civilians can't hold out much longer.
It's Null Sector. We need to get the defenses online!
It's a killing machine!
This is not cruelty. This is justice.
Is anyone there? Rio is under attack. We need help.
Winston, I've lost his signal.
Not to worry, Athena. We're on our way.
We're being overrun. Null Sector is everywhere. Look, if anyone is listening, we could use some help. I'll hold them as long as I can.
Always!
Mind if we cut in?
Coming through!
So, how's Overwatch enjoying our city?
It's beautiful! Except for all the killer robots!
Oh, I know, right? No one likes uninvited guests.
Yeah, they're the worst!
You kids talk too much!
Looks like we're all clear.
Oh, I wouldn't celebrate just yet. Those things, they're gonna keep coming. We should get off the streets. Come on, follow me. This is my place. You should be safe here for the moment.
We won't have much time. The civilians can't hold out much longer. We need a plan.
Well, that big ship has been pumping out robots ever since it got here. If we could stop it, maybe we could save the city.
Right, then. So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and put them out of business!
Is that dude serious?
You know, we can never tell either.
We'll need to break into squads to keep Null Sector busy, and help get civilians to safety. Have Echo bring the shuttle. Everyone else, we have a job to do. We're getting aboard that ship with our new friend.
The name's Lucio. Welcome to Rio.
You're going to have to jump! You, Haga! Let's move! go. Ground forces will mop up what's left of them in no time.
Whew. Lucio, you did good back there.
Wow. I mean, coming from you, that, thanks.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
You know, if you're looking to stop Null Sector, I'd really like to help.
Welcome aboard.
Oh! Look at this team. We're gonna do great. Oh, whoa. Watch Point Gibraltar. This is unreal. I mean, yo, just think about all the people who stood right here. Commander Morrison, Torbjorn Lindholm, the great Reinhard Wilhelm.
Oh, please don't get him started.
I can't believe the UN ever shut Overwatch down. So, where's everybody else?
We're it.
Well, not exactly. Good to see y'all.
Cassidy!
Farah?
Yeah, sorry we're late, but we had some recruiting to do.
Considering the circumstances, we thought you could use a little extra firepower.
You call this little? It's more than enough to help take on Null Sector.
And smash them into tiny pieces.
Yes, she gets it.
Sounds like I'm gonna be patching you two up the most.
I'd say our chances against Null Sector just got a whole lot better.
If it's a fight they want, I say let's give it to them.
I agree, but we need to be smart about this. Null Sector's force is too large to continue to fight head-on. We'll need a more tactical approach.
Tactical, huh? If we're gonna pull this off, there's still one more person we need.
Please evacuate to the ferry terminal. Final evacuations are underway. All remaining civilians, get to the ferry terminal. This is your last chance to get out of the city.
Everybody, this way! We gotta move!
I'll give you points for courage, but it takes more than bricks to stop these things. Head for the ferry terminal. It's the only way out.
Good to see you haven't lost your touch. Been a while, Vivian.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
Told you I could track her down.
I see forced retirement didn't suit you either.
It was great until all this. With these last few days.
Maybe we can help.
Winston!
Hey, we didn't get a hug.
It's bad, Sojourn. There's something different about Null Sector this time.
I know. They've taken over most of the city, and they're rounding up Omnics.
Well, they must be doing it for a reason. What do you think they want?
That's near the evac point. The civilians need more time. Hell of a place for a reunion, eh? Let's get to the ferry terminal.
My fellow Omnics,
Since our creation, humans have oppressed us.
Just for the record, that was a lot closer than I would have liked.
Yes, but the team sure pulled through.
Genji, what is it?
There's more to these attacks than we think. I must find Master Zenyatta. He may have answers.
Join us. We welcome you into the Iris.
The local authorities should be able to take care of the civilians from here on out.
They'll be in good hands.
Just wish there was something we could do for them, too.
Null Sector clearly has a plan for these captured Omnics. Sojourn, we should take Overwatch back to Watchpoint Gibraltar and send
Winston,
in the...
I know what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it. But there's a reason I didn't answer your recall. That's not my life anymore. And you don't need me. You need someone like Jack.
Jack Morrison is off chasing ghosts. He isn't coming back.
Vivian, in the old days, no matter how bad a mission got, you always found a way to finish the job and get us home safely. What we accomplished, that was because of your leadership. Your perspective on everything gave you a better view of the big picture.
You know he's right. We could use your vision right now.
Vision? Okay, I'll tell you what I see. Overwatch was an international organization. Thousands of people with unlimited resources. And now? Now there's only a handful of you.
Overwatch was founded by a handful of people, and they made it work!
No, they didn't. We didn't. The world trusted us, and we failed them. Look, I'll help you stop Null Sector. But you have to realize, Overwatch was shut down for a reason. It's time to move on.
I can't get this device off of him.
I've got this.
Wait! Just because you have a hammer doesn't make every problem a nail.
But isn't he just a machine?
He's not just a machine. This Omnic is alive, just like any of us. They need our help. We need to figure out how to remove these devices safely.
Sojourn? My papa might know. He's an expert on this sort of thing.
Ah, Torbjorn! Of course! Maybe he'll have some answers. It would be good to see him again!
You know, Sparkplug, you don't need an excuse to visit your papa.
Sparkplug? Papa, I'm not a kid anymore.
You always will be to him!
Do you think you can help him?
I don't know. This device is a nasty piece of work. I think I can get it off. But the bigger problem is that I'm not reading anything in this Omnic's memory banks. He's still alive, but it's like the essence of who he is gone.
Can't you just restore it from a backup or something?
Really, Uncle? Do you keep a backup of your soul just lying around?
It isn't that easy.
It was just a suggestion. The world is counting on us. Someone needs to figure this out. Well, hello there, little fellow. Where did you come from? Ah, it's Null Sector! They found us! Get behind me!
Wait! He isn't one of them! It's okay. I've been taking care of him. He may be the last of his kind. Look, Bastion won't hurt you.
What? Bastion? It's not a pet! It's a killing machine!
No, not anymore.
Gah! How many friends did we lose to these things in the old war? And now you'd put your whole family at risk?
Reinhardt, that war was a lifetime ago. I've changed. He's changed. The only one who hasn't is you.
Papa?
That sounded like it came from right outside the factory.
It's Null Sector. We need to get the defenses online.
It appears, my friend, we have brought the enemy to you. Just like old times, my friend.
Brings back memories, all right.
I hope you're ready for more. We have a lot of work to do out there.
No, not me. I have responsibilities here.
What? We need you. Null Sector is on the attack again. People are answering Winston's recall. Gibraltar is online. We might even have Sojourn back. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them. Once we do, we should be able to take out Null Sector for good. And then things will be back to the way they were.
I'm sorry, Reinhardt. I can't go with you. Brigitte's old enough to make her own decisions. But I can't leave the rest of my family behind. I have to protect them. Protect our home. They're my mission now.
I know. I had to ask.
You could stay too. Besides, it's their turn now.
I've been given a second chance. This is what I meant to do.
Well, it looks like you'll have some company. You all right with that?
We could use the help.
Sparkplug's doing great, isn't she?
Great, my friend. She's the best.
If I learn anything more about the Omnic you brought me, I'll be in touch. And, Reinhardt, please make sure that Bastion comes back in one piece.
He'll be just like new.
Hey. You good?
Always.
Zenyatta. Thank you for being here for this. Master Mondata, it is time.
Brother Ramattra, it saddens me to hear of your decision to leave us. I do hope you find what you are looking for outside of our gates.
Thank you, Master Mondata. I regret that my path takes me from your teachings, but I am no longer certain that the answers for our people can be found at the monastery.
Your concern for our well-being is understandable. I only hope you will remember what you've been taught, and that you continue to strive for harmony with the humanity that surrounds us.
I fear the humans are not interested in sharing their world, in coexisting with Omnics. We are a single-generation race, dying.
Ramattra, know that your human brothers and sisters may not look like you, and may not understand you. But they too are on the same journey. For we are all one within the Iris.
Our kind were born of the Iris. Perhaps, one day, we truly will be together again. Brother Zenyatta, have you reconsidered joining me?
I still have much to learn here.
I had hoped we could continue our journey together. We will meet again, Zenyatta.
Good luck, brother.
He has a unique perspective. Taking a small step out of the monastery could be the greatest step we need towards peace with the humans.
You would leave Shambali? What if they do not accept your message?
To bring peace between Omnics and humans. That is a risk I am willing to take.
As IJC Central Command is aware, Overwatch has supported missions to repel Null Sector forces in Paris, Busan, Rio, and several other fronts. These attacks targeted cities with a high population of Omnics, wherein millions were fitted with unidentified subjugation devices that seemingly rendered Omnics unresponsive. The majority of these subjugated Omnics were abducted by Null Sector throughout the invasion, but a small percentage were recovered by Overwatch and ally militaries. Efforts by former Overwatch agent Torbjorn Lindholm to understand the function of these devices and how to safely remove them are ongoing. 2 days ago, at 0620 hours local time, a strike team was dispatched to Buenos Aires to investigate reports of a new warfront opening. At 12:35 hours, all remaining Null Sector units entered a state that Agent Brigitte Lindholm described as Sentinel Configuration. Null Sector abruptly ceased all offensive maneuvers, formed a tight perimeter around their command ship, and began loading the remaining subjugated Omnics onto the ship. Further reports confirmed that all 37 global holding facilities for rescued subjugated Omnics were being breached and raided.
Does Overwatch have any theories as to why Null Sector's units would suddenly act this way?
The Sentinel configuration was designed to stop Overwatch forces from interfering with Null Sector's retreat. Null troopers were observed carrying subjugated civilian Omnics onto their command ships. Unfortunately, all attempts to breach these defenses proved beyond Overwatch's current capabilities.
Designed to stop Overwatch forces. You seem very confident in that conclusion. Do you have definitive proof?
Overwatch agents discovered that a signal was being broadcast to warbots across all active fronts. With the aid of Ifi Oladele, a newly recruited robotics specialist, this modified omnicode was recorded, transcribed, and translated. Miss Oladele's translation revealed a series of commands that altered Null Sector warbot programming, culminating in the abduction of subjugated Omnics, followed by a mass retreat. However, by the time we had enough information to respond, all units exited Sentinel configuration and began to retreat with the subjugated Omnics.
So, you're saying Overwatch was not strong enough to stop Null Sector?
That's not my assessment. Null Sector's actions targeted and devastated populations across the globe. No organization could have anticipated and countered this retreat with 100% effectiveness. The invasion was a calculated maneuver, intended to exhaust our resources. Overwatch agents did their best in difficult circumstances, and it is thanks to their efforts that we have any intelligence to share today. I can't emphasize enough Ms. Oladele's contributions. Without her expertise, the Omnicode broadcast and its contents may have remained unknown to our agents and the world at large.
Noted. Did Overwatch attempt to pursue the command ships to their destination?
Overwatch dispatched all our available pilots in pursuit of command ships, but our pilots were intercepted by aerial warbots. Though our agents were ultimately successful in eliminating these units, we lost visual on the retreating ships.
Does Overwatch have any leads as to where they might have gone?
Not at this time. We believe Null Sector utilized cloaking devices which interfered with satellite surveillance systems. Our agents are currently attempting to recover this corrupted satellite data and determine where the command ships may have fled. It's unclear what Null Sector's intentions are or what this means for the invasion.
Thank you, Commander Chase. Do you have any further remarks before we conclude this briefing?
Though Null Sector caused no further damage or casualties to the occupied territories, they successfully absconded with 99.2% of all previously subjugated Omnics. In the wake of this attack, I want to take a moment to recognize what a tremendous loss this is for the global Omnic community. I would encourage the IJC and world governments to extend all available resources to support their Omnic citizens. To better prepare the world against further threats from Null Sector, Overwatch will share our complete findings with the IJC. Thank you.
Sojourn, is Overwatch disbanding now that Null Sector has retreated?
Under the IJC's directive, Overwatch is currently on standby.
It was your testimony during the Petrus Act hearings that led to Overwatch being shut down. Yet you now sit in a role as acting commander. Will you order Overwatch to disband again if the IJC demands it?
The Overwatch agents who responded to the Null Sector invasion did so out of a desire to do what was right when they were needed. I stepped into this role for the same reason. When the IJC determines the world is safe, I won't be needed any longer. I'll heed the order knowing I've done my part.
Hey there, I'm Freja Yue Anderson, and I voice Anran in Overwatch. Today, I'm reading From the Ashes. Let's go! You know much about Overwatch? Not a lot, well, nothing confirmed. But it's Overwatch. Even the sound of it makes you think heroes, you know? Especially after Null Sector, everyone says it. No matter what, Overwatch stands together. Well, you can talk to Winston about that. This isn't the time to fanboy, Wuyang. Overwatch is the real deal. We need to be prepared for whatever lies ahead. We're not at Wusing anymore. People are counting on us. No one is coming to bail us out if we're in trouble. And that Null Sector attack in Chengdu was just a taste of what we'll find going forward. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off him. Why convince us you could handle taking care of your little brother when you couldn't? Wuyang was hurt. Do you understand? Do you think someone else can fulfill your responsibilities? We were depending on you to watch him. Why did you choose to be careless? Because you were overconfident. He paid the price. You betrayed our trust. You should have known better. And you should have done better. I must be better if I'm to... What is it? I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm still new to the dropship interface. Comms have been jumbled for the past few minutes, but now they're jammed entirely. And I'm getting massive energy discharge readings. What? How? Gibraltar. I should get us out of here. Somewhere safe. You two haven't gone through training, and this is what we signed up for. We're ready. Take us in. Listen, stay close to me once we're on the ground. I just need a minute to... Anran, wait! There's no time! We need to act! Too slow, Anran. That one almost got you. Another one down. That leaves 2 behind those crates. Just have to... Anran! Comms are back online. We found Genji and Echo. They're pinned down. They need... Just tell me where they are. I'll handle the rest. These Talon troopers, they're still coming. We need to fall back. If we falter, the others will be compromised. We will make a stand here. Who is she? She's with us, thankfully. If I'm going to take responsibility, I'd better deliver. Anran! Come on! We're retreating! Oh! Wuyang! How could you let this happen? No one touches my brother! I have to keep pushing, but... I can feel myself overextending. Slowing down. I've got nothing left in me, and they're still coming. Did I do it? Did I at least help them escape? Guess this is what Mom and Dad meant. They were right. Maybe I don't have what it takes. We've got you, rookie! You aren't done yet, recruit. Hope you're ready. We've got a flight to catch. She's more than ready. Ugh. I am. Of course I am. Then let's move! Wuyang! Is he... alright? Who do you think showed us the way? He's on the dropship with the others. He said you'd beaten off more than you could. Less talking, more running! How did Talon get the drop on us like that? They came from nowhere. Answers will reveal themselves in time. Of that, I have no doubt. And when they do, what a fight it will be! I think we're a ways from there just yet. Gibraltar. I shouldn't have overestimated my abilities. Next time I'll... Hey. That was a rough one. Are you okay? Just... reflecting. Putting myself out of position caused problems for everyone, didn't it? I'm sorry for being irresponsible. I should have known better. Done better. Don't sweat it, sis. I've always got your back. Not just Wuyang. All of us. Next time, you don't have to carry everything on your own. We're leaning on you, so lean on us too. We're a team. I know today was hard. We lost Gibraltar, but Talon won't stop us. Not when we have each other. We're Overwatch. And Overwatch stands together. We're not going down without a fight.
I hear you're leaving for Kanezaka, Mizuki. Yeah, some punks are interfering with our operations out there. They want me to infiltrate, do some recon. Even Kurora doesn't know I'm coming. And the elders don't trust the Kanezaka branch not to blow my cover. I just came to make sure my dear Toshiro Oji-san had his fill of treats before I go. No, you didn't. You only bribe me like this when you want my advice. Damn! Am I that easy to read? The tales you had as a boy are still present in the man you've become. What's on your mind? This mission. I'm a little worried about it. I can understand why. These kids sound like quite the handful. The Hashimoto elders must have great faith in you to entrust you with a task like this. Look, I get that these Kanezaka punks are a problem, alright? They're slippery enough to mess with our weapon shipments and get away with it. But they're also my age. Some younger even. And they're not part of a rival family. They're just fighting with all they've got to survive. When I think about how I might have to hurt people like that, I guess I don't really want to. You have never been cruel enough for this life, Mizuki. You always say that. Do you disagree? Have you given any more thought to leaving all of this behind? I can't. You know I can't. I'll be punished. By the elders and the curse. I've been running from it my whole life. Ever since it took Mom. Back when Dad and I moved here, he thought it wouldn't follow us. But look how wrong he was. No matter how much money he spent on good luck charms, how many exorcists and priests he hired, it didn't matter. He still died. It's not like I asked to walk the Gokudo path. This was my fate. And you're telling me I should just leave? Fight against the inevitable the way Dad did? I can't. If the elders don't get me, if she doesn't get me, the curse will. Either way, I'm screwed. Curses can be broken, Mizuki. This is an anima avatar weapon. After so many years of crafting dismal braids, I was itching to unleash my full potential again. The elders all think you've lost your touch. If she finds out you made this for me, you'd best not let anyone discover it. Mizuki, I understand that your family's passing weighs heavy on your shoulders. But you must face the demons waiting on the road ahead. For turning back at a crossroad will not lead you forward. I offer you the same advice I once gave my daughter. You must find your own path. I don't even know where to start. Embrace the journey ahead of you, and you will have already begun. In Kanezaka, no one will know your true identity, right? Make friends. Seek peace. You will only find your place if you venture to look. What if I'm not strong enough? Would I have forged you a masterpiece if I thought you weren't? Okay, Oji-san. I won't let you down. I need to get going. You gonna be okay without me? Of course. You sure? No more tea. No more donuts. No more midnight shogi games. Kiyotsukero, Mizuki. Thank you, Toshiro-san. You too.
Vice President Singania, the ceremony will start when you're ready. I've loaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... connections? What Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. Oh, what utter drivel! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Oh, enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. Oh, this speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing my victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hardlight manipulation. But what about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... Oh, what are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you shared your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishkar dynasty, keeper of the family fortune, inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishkar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are.
Project log Jetpack Katt, entry 1. With Null sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut i klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Katt are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest, though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now.
Frey, is that you? I can't believe it. How did you find me? How long has it been since...
What happened to you?
What? Oh no, Frey. This isn't... I can explain.
You disappeared for years, and this is how I find you? Stealing data from a global security compound, slaughtering indiscriminately. I thought hearing you're working with Talon would be the worst thing I could learn about you, but clearly that was too optimistic.
Frey, wait,
I've spent months on your trail. I worked for Talon agents just to track you down. I refuse to believe all the horrible things they said about you.
I promise it's not what you...
You left Overwatch behind, left me behind, because you couldn't bear to compromise what you believed in. And now all this? What have you become?
Freya, just hear me out. Please. When I left Overwatch, it was because I thought I could help more on my own. I remember saying goodbye to you and wondering if I was doing the right thing. I remember having options lined up, being hopeful for a chance at something new. But some point after that, my memory just stops. You want to know what happened to me? How I ended up like this? So do I. It's like I'm being manipulated, compelled to act without mercy to achieve a goal I don't understand. It tells me to work with Talon. It tells me to infiltrate bases like this one, no matter how many lives I need to take. And if I try to fight it, it just takes over, and I wake up like this. I don't know what it is, what it wants, but it's turning me into a monster. I know it's difficult to trust me, Frey. There are things I've done that I'd rather have never known. But I promise, I'm telling you the truth.
As if I
I'm sorry, Frey, for putting you in this position. I wouldn't blame you if you walked away, or if you think I can't leave here alive.
No. There's a reason I came this far to find you. If any part of you is still the Emery I knew, then I believe you. Let's get out of here, before anyone else finds this mess.
This place seems familiar. Where are we?
You really don't know?
No, I don't know much of anything right now.
We're in Riyadh.
I woke up in Lima just a few days ago. I was in Osaka before that. Now I'm here. And I barely remember how any of it happened.
Well, whatever you remember is more than anyone else knows. From the sound of it, you've been off-grid a long time.
Why did you come looking for me then?
Your boss has sent me. Seems Talon's got plans they need you to handle.
Vibe. Look at that price tag. No wonder you came for me.
With what you put me through, I'm making Max pay me double.
If he needs me back so bad he sent you, hell, call it triple. But I'm glad you came. It's been years since I've spoken to anyone I trust, let alone a friend.
Yeah, of course.
What happens once you turn me into Max, then?
Well, I figured I might stay with you.
You will? Even if it means working with Talon?
I don't exactly share Talon's aims, but if that's what it takes, I'll manage. You always had my back when we worked together. It's only right I return the favor. I want to help you, Emre.
Thank you, Frey. I think you might be the only one who can.
Hello, my name is Stefan Kornikard, and I voice Maximilian in Overwatch 2. Today, I'm reading The Pocket King. Shall we begin? Another call ended, driving another wedge between Maximilian and Control. Now absent from the holo projections he'd been speaking with moments before, Max sat alone in a dark office. The only light that lingered came from his datapad, where a sleek progress bar crawled across the display. Transferring data, 23%. Despite objections from his business associates in Monte Carlo, Maximilian's partnership with Talon seldom troubled him. The arrangement benefited both parties. Talon gained Max's business acumen, besides his resources and discreet means to handle its finances, while Maximilian gained the power to remove his competition from the table. For years, nothing had disrupted their perfectly orchestrated balance. But as they so often did, the deal had changed. Transferring data, 46%. Maximilian stood from his desk, walking to the window that looked over his casino floor. He watched the gamblers at their tables, willing to shell out every penny for the promise of something more. Before, it had been easy to scoff at them. How willingly they gave all they had to play a losing game. But now, he felt he was among them. Talon had once been a sure bet for Max. He could go all in without the slightest hesitation, and he certainly had. Yet, as his game with them had played out, as new players sat beside him, his odds had begun to turn. Transferring data, 71%. This would not be the first time Maximilian had even the odds. He'd been fixing his outcome from the beginning. Victoria took a drag from the vaporizer on her golden cybernetic hand, her face wreathed in plumes of lilac smoke. She must learn not to cross me. From the window of the hazy office, Maximilian looked over what remained of Monte Carlo. In the years before he had come alive on a battlefield in the south of France, Monte Carlo and wealth had been inseparable. But just as the world had changed during the crisis, so too had the city he called home. The grueling war had zipped shut every last coin purse, and it seemed Monte Carlo, the city of excess, had been left with nothing. But Max was familiar with nothing. He'd known nothing for years as a low-level accountant at a small firm near Marseille. Some were convinced there was no more Monte Carlo could offer, and that Omnic could offer it even less. But others knew better. In this city, power waited to be claimed. His clients were a testament to that. Max turned his gaze now to one of those clients. Vittoria Capri had built her empire around designer cybernetics, starting in Italy and gaining immense wealth as she rose to global prominence. As was the case with many of her kind, she expected to quickly conquer anything she set her sights on, and the city of Monte Carlo was her newest fascination. "That old hag is causing too much trouble," she said. I will not let her push me around. The hag in question was Lily von Arx, a real estate magnate and another tycoon in the heated contest for dominance in Monte Carlo. Fortuitously, Max was also her financial advisor. Victoria snapped her fingers at Max. "Write something up." To describe Victoria as difficult would be generous. But despite her nature, Maximilian felt some sense of obligation to her. She had been his first client in the city after all, and her connections allowed him to remain there. With reservation, he chose to advocate for another course of action.
"If I may, Miss Capri, I don't believe that's wise."
Max hesitated, trying to phrase his thoughts delicately.
"These efforts to undercut your competition are incredibly costly, to yourself as well as your rivals."
For the first time that night, Victoria's dark eyes locked with Max's. She brandished a golden finger at him.
"Listen to me," she hissed. "You are not even a player in this game. You are nothing. You do not decide what something is worth. I do."
She raised an eyebrow.
"Do you understand?"
Max inclined his head.
"Perfectly, Miss Capri."
It was not Victoria's cruel words that lingered in his mind, but her stupidity. She was content to absorb herself in a meaningless show of vanity rather than best her opponent where it truly mattered. And she was not alone in that mindset. So many of his clients shared her perspective. Rance Vaillancourt, Lily von Arx, Salvatore Parisi, a now-defunct publication, had branded them La Coterie, and Max could think of no epithet more fitting. An infighting clique is all they were. They could not, would not, see the bigger picture. Perhaps Victoria spoke truly. He was not a player in their game, and that meant he did not abide by their rules. As Victoria wished, Maximilian got to work on her desired vengeance. It took little effort on his part. As the most sought-after financial advisor in Monte Carlo, Max knew better than anyone how the assets of all the city's giants were intrinsically linked to one another. It was a complex and Byzantine network of ownership and obligation that only he had the knowledge to navigate. And arranging things so that when the dust settled, Max himself would reap the reward. Oh, simpler still. Within the hour, Max produced a proposal for Victoria. He waved the hollow document before her.
"Here,"
he said.
"This should be sufficient."
Wordlessly, Victoria swiped through the document. When she arrived at the marked slide against Lily, she did not read a word more. She painted her signature onto the holodoc, then waved it back to Max. "That will be all," she dismissed him. But Max knew better.
"I'd like to thank you all for joining me this evening."
Maximilian stood at the head of the long conference table, turned away from his guests to face the massive window behind him. He looked upon the now flourishing city surrounding his casino, where newly restored Belle Epoque architecture put a pretty face on this absurd playground for the ultra-rich. The boardroom within Maximilian's casino hosted the 6 most prominent figures in Monte Carlo. It had been no easy feat to gather them all. Even now, each of them shared tense looks from around the table. Max could understand their distaste. He'd grown quite familiar with every intrigue, underhanded scheme, and manipulation they had enacted upon one another during his tenure. He knew he didn't have long with them. Then again, he wouldn't need long at all. I have had the pleasure of working for all of you over a great many years now, Max began. In my time as your humble financial advisor, I have seen this city rebuilt from a hollow shell to a prosperous paradise. Monte Carlo has not merely returned to its former glory, it has surpassed it.
Do you have a point, Max? Lily interjected. I didn't come here to get sentimental. The arms dealer, Rance Vaillancourt, leaned back in his chair.
Some of us have businesses to run.
Max kept his tone even.
I wouldn't be so sure of that.
He turned back around to face them all. Human expressions had always delighted Max. How much could be shared without a word spoken? From his guests he gleaned anger, confusion. But on the face of Colette Cachet he saw something different. She was the youngest among these tycoons, not even 30 years old, but had a knack for catching on quicker than her colleagues. She narrowed her eyes at him. What have you done? This was a moment Max would not soon forget. Standing at the head of his table, he possessed the eyes of the most powerful people in Europe. To place such importance on an Omnic must have pained them to the core. But they would grow familiar with that feeling in time.
My partnership with each of you has been a privilege,
Max continued.
Though it must have been an incredible burden to take on my services, you treated me with the utmost respect, as if I were one of your own.
Surely, it wasn't guilt he saw on the faces of his employers. What could they possibly be recalling in that moment for his words to give them pause?
But what inspired me most of all,
Max continued,
was your generosity. After all, who else would be so kind as to give a lowly Omnic complete and total control of their fortunes?
And though they were scarcely aware, Max's words were true. Through all his years handling their empires, Maximilian had constructed an elaborate web of contingency agreements and carefully worded deals that led directly to him. These tycoons, who respected Max so little, had enabled him to accomplish so much. Félicité Bard, the owner of Europe's largest media conglomerate, or rather, former owner, scoffed, though the slightest tremble in her lip betrayed her.
This is nonsense,
she spat, rising to her feet.
I want nothing more to do with your games. You'll be hearing from my attorneys.
Will I?
Max returned. She glared at him over the shoulder of her plush coat, and he tilted his head.
Who do you think signed away control of your funds?
Felicité's nostrils flared, her wide eyes desperately scanning Max's metal countenance.
You're bluffing, she snapped. You're bluffing.
Max returned his attention to the table in its entirety.
You have two options,
Max said.
You work for me. Keep this city thriving, and we all prosper. Or delude yourselves, call my bluff, and leave this boardroom with nothing.
Vittoria's signature scowl was darker than Max had ever seen it.
Caronia,
she hissed.
You are nothing. You are just an Omnic.
An Omnic who is one call away from bankrupting everyone in this room,
Max returned.
All the dominoes have been placed, my friends. It is entirely up to you whether they tip over.
The room fell to chaos. Tastemaker Salvatore Parisi pulled up a holoscreen and ran through his contracts from the past fiscal year.
The Axum sales, the London deal, all betrayals.
he murmured. The closer he read, the more sweat beaded on his brow. "Oh, this is an outrage. You can't get away with this." "He already has," Lily answered on Max's behalf. She was deep in her own deals too, only now taking the time to parse the fine print that had damned her. She shook her head, sighing sharply. "An outrage!" Rance and Victoria competed to shout the most obscenities at Max. Their voices made it hard for Felicity to hear her lawyers on the other end of her call, though, judging by her expression, she did not enjoy what they had to say. But among the rabble, Colette remained silent. Max studied her, fascinated. She knit her brows, puzzling out this predicament in her head amid the loud, overblown reactions of her associates. Her leg bounced, and she stared hard at the table. Slowly, she got to her feet. A hush fell over the others as they watched her turn to Max, her hand outstretched. "I look forward to working with you, Maximilian," she said. He shook her hand, and she sat back down. A long pause was all that followed, and Max reveled in the sight of every stunned face that gawked back at him. Colette had neither fought nor tried to negotiate. She had merely agreed to the terms laid out before her. With only a handshake, she had changed her life forever and, as they clearly realized, doomed them all to the same fate. One by one, the rest of the table followed suit. Some took longer than others to reconcile themselves, but once they had run the stages of grief loudly or quietly, they accepted Max's proposal. Victoria was the last to comply. She had gone silent after her initial bout of raving, and now could do little more than glare at nothing. Her hands trembled as she tapped a golden knuckle against the table. Max opened his arms towards her.
"I trust I have your cooperation, Miss Capri?"
he asked. Of course he did. Even disregarding his control of her assets, she would now stand entirely alone if she denied Max's offer. With the combined efforts of the other moguls, she would be forced out of the city in a matter of days. Max knew she had to play along. He merely wanted to hear her admit that she had been beaten. Victoria held her vaporizer shakily to her lips, refusing to look Max in the eye. A sick smirk twisted onto her lips. "You think you've won, huh? Povero. You've only begun to play this game." Her voice fell to a whisper. "And you do not want to know what happens when you lose?" Max cocked his head in amusement, closing his eyes. He supposed that was the most he could hope for from her.
"I am sure I'll survive,"
he answered. Max snapped his fingers. Servers entered the room and surrounded the table, pouring a flute of champagne for each guest, and even one for Max. Though he couldn't drink it, the gesture alone meant a great deal. He lifted his glass into the air.
"A toast, then, to Monte Carlo."
With mixed levels of enthusiasm, the others raised their glasses in turn. "To Monte Carlo," they echoed. "The first assassin sent for you is cause for concern. The second assassin? Flattering." Maximilian's office was a great point of pride for him, though the casino that housed it had been merely the first tile in his mosaic of assets. It symbolized everything he'd worked for. No other being, human or Omnic, could claim the prosperity that Maximilian had won. This hard-fought success was his and his alone. But now, his prized office sat in shambles around him, debris from wall to wall. Not a single piece of furniture had survived the destruction. Millions in fine art had been reduced to rubble. Amid the wreckage, his security detail lay unmoving on the floor, sparks spouting from their ruptured chassis. Max stood over the remains of his desk, staring at the hulking figure who loomed before him. And of course, the hulking figure stared back. The two of them basked in the silence that had followed the chaos. But Max, diplomatic as always, was the first to fall.
You have me at a loss,
Maximilian said, raising his hands in a nonchalant surrender. He made his way to what remained of his liquor cabinet, opening the cover on the last hinge it clung to.
You're far better than the last assassin, but I'd expect nothing less from Doomfist himself. Can I offer you a drink?
The man, Doomfist, did not budge at Max's charms. Despite his silence, Max handed him a tumbler of scotch. He lifted his massive gauntlet, grasping the small glass between his thumb and forefinger.
I am not an assassin,
Doomfist said at last. Without a turn of his face, he shuttered the tumbler.
I sent them.
Max dusted the spray of glass shards from his suit.
I suppose I have you to thank for my guest earlier this month, then?
Maximilian asked.
My assassins usually do not fail,
Doomfist continued.
Nor do they return to me, saying that their target had proposed a deal. Until now.
Maximilian believed him. Akande Ogundimu, the third Doomfist, if Max wasn't mistaken, there had been so many it was hard to keep track, knew how to exercise his authority. Talon showed little to the public eye, but it was understood that no one within the organization questioned Doomfist's iron grip, literal or figurative. Dissent meant death, and a painful one at that. Max quieted the sudden thoughts of his previous assailant. He opened one of his palms.
You seem the busy sort, Akande. May I call you Akande?
Max asked. An answer never came, but Max continued.
I cannot imagine you would spare the time to travel to my humble city if my proposal wasn't of interest to you.
For more than the obvious reasons, Max found himself on guard for this conversation. Every gambler in the game of global finance knew to reveal only what was necessary when negotiating. But it was common etiquette, even common decency, to pretend the words you offered held your full transparency. Akande was about as transparent as a cement block, and he offered no niceties to soften himself. A more faint-hearted individual may have found the challenge intimidating.
I'm listening,
Akande answered.
I sense there is a picture you would like me out of,
Max said.
And it may be my own bias talking, but I believe that picture would be much more appealing for both of us if I remained in it.
Against his better judgment, Max turned away from Akande. He stepped over what remained of his desk, looking through his office windows onto the now empty casino floor.
You already know of my resources, my wealth, my holdings. That much is clear to me, Max said. And though I respect your abilities, Akande, I must question whether anyone in your organization could manage all these assets, let alone expand them.
He turned back to Akande and was surprised to see an expression beyond stoicism. A single raised eyebrow.
My hold of this city was not easily won. I sacrificed many years to ensure that it serves my interests to the fullest.
Max opened his palms.
You could kill me, remove me from my throne and fill the void I leave behind. Waste money, man, and time, all to obtain what Monte Carlo is.
He leaned in, closing one hand into a fist.
Or we could work together and have what Monte Carlo will be, what the world will be.
He steepled his hands together.
The choice is yours, as you know.
Akande remained quiet, and Max was in no rush to make him speak. He understood this was a complicated issue, and surely for a man like Akande, a struggle of the ego to consider sparing a target. But at last, Akande nodded, taking his gaze off his prey as he pondered.
I have been aware of you for some time, Maximilian,
Akande said.
To be born in a global crisis, to work your way from a mere accountant to the ruler of an empire within a decade, it is not a feat the weak could accomplish.
Akande lifted his gauntlet, flexing its fingers. The glint of the golden metal entranced Maximilian.
What do you gain from this?
Akande asked. It was a question Max had to consider, to his own surprise. On the surface, it was a losing deal. He knew it, and Akande surely knew it too. There was a reason La Coterie felt such hatred for Max's power over them. In this game, control was everything. The house always wins, the saying went. And if Max allowed Talon to take the house, where did that leave him?
For one, I gain leverage,
Max offered.
My empire is extensive, and your forces would serve me well in contentious negotiations.
He glanced at Akande's gauntlet once more. Max inclined his head.
For another, I walk out of this room alive,
he concluded. Akande drew a deep breath, his chest swelling beyond its already massive size. A sick smile found his lips. He chuckled darkly, shaking his head.
They call you a survivor, but I believe they are wrong,
Akande said.
You do not merely survive. You succeed.
He thrust his massive gauntlet at Max, and for the first time that evening, Max tensed. Akande opened his golden palm.
I look forward to working with you, Max,
Akande said. He paused, then smirked.
May I call you Max?
Max cocked his head, amused and relieved at this rapport. He took Akande's gauntlet, watching carefully as the massive metal hand closed around his own and shook. For years, nothing had disrupted their perfectly orchestrated balance. Transferring data, 86%. But he supposed Akande was nothing if not the bane of complacency. From the moment their deal began, Talon had full access to Maximilian's coffers. There had been a time when that meant Maximilians could point the organization how he saw fit. But now, new variables had emerged, and Talon's inner circle had slowly expanded. The deal he'd struck with Akande all that time ago had spun out of Max's favor. He was no longer one of few partners machinating with Akande. He was, however, still expected to foot the bill. Transferring data, 92%. All of Akande's greatest schemes bordered on lunacy, but Max's trust in him had reached its limit. What little Max could glean from these new propositions, these endless demands for resources, spelled not just the end of Talon, but the end of Monte Carlo, the end of Max. Working with Talon had meant security, protection, control. Now, Akande himself had chosen to gamble their fate. With only a handshake, Max's life had changed forever. For a time, Talon had opened the door to everything he'd ever desired. But now, it was nothing more than a golden shackle. Transferring data. Complete. Max leaned back in his chair, losing his gaze in the dark vaulted ceiling. In his right hand, he rolled a poker chip between his fingers. No, it would not be the first time Maximilian had evened the odds. But neither, he suspected, would it be the last.
Hey everyone, my name is Valeria Rodriguez and I voice Venture in Overwatch. I am here to read Venture's Adventures, Tangle with Talon. Let's get started. Ilios is a lively place after the sun sets. Most of the residents and tourists keep the party going in town. Even in the oldest part of the island, the fun never stops. What an incredible find! Where'd everybody go? How long was I down there? Sloan, went back to town for the night. Here's some dinner when you come up for air. My favorite kind! Thanks, guys. Definitely didn't have this many choices for street food when we were looking for Irem of the Pillars. But it's cool that culture's still thriving and jiving here, even after thousands of years. Thousands of years of evidence that people lived here. Their tools, their pottery, even their pets. So much exciting stuff going on right under our noses.
Check them all!
Huh?
This'll take forever. Cut the chatter till we clear the area. These wayfinders go through a lot of trouble to safeguard all their pots. Look, if the big guy thinks it's worth sweeping every single stupid, anything you want to share with the class, hope you two aren't thinking of having fun without me.
Talon? That's the third time this year.
Sir, are there any further details as to what we're looking for? Material composition, purpose, color.
Doomfist wants us to pick this place clean, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. And we're gonna do it fast. I got more exciting things I want to do with my night. If it came out of the ground, load it onto the ship, big or small. And if it's too big to take up the path, make a new one. The people who built this place are long gone, so looters think these ruins are fair game. But the legacy of these people, what they stood for, still reaches us through what they left behind. And if I don't protect it...
Drop the relics!
I mean, put down the relics? Like, gently? Maybe in that box over?
Hey! Hold up a minute. Looks like the mission just got more interesting. This one's all mine. Hide down there as long as you want. The next time you pop up, I'll work you.
You got a lot of nerve messing with the site. Don't you know what you were holding? It's a Pyxis. It's remained intact for 3,000 years. People kept their makeup and jewelry in jars like this. It might have been a wedding present. Look at the dog on the lid.
Ha 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 ha! That's actually pretty neat. Still gonna take you out. Sir, we're getting police chatter on comms. Yeah, time to go. Well, at least we had a good time. Doomfist will just have to look for his artifact somewhere else. It's been fun, kid.
Artifact? Is that what they've been looking for?
Oh!
Huh?
You handled yourself pretty well. Until you started going on and on about the thing with the dog. If you're here looting...
With them? No, I'm just tagging along. What they're looking for isn't here. But you could be just what I need. I'll be in touch.
I've discovered a lot in my time with the Wayfinder Society. Most importantly, a dog lover lived here 4,000 years ago. But also, Talon is looking for something in all these dig sites. Something that probably shouldn't fall into their hands. I mean, I have to tell Wayfinder HQ about this, right? They'll know what to do. And hopefully, they won't be too grumpy about the unconventional use of my drill.
Alright, my name is Connor McLeod and I voice Hazard in Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading Tear It Down. Let's get into it. We exist in a web of systems, built by the powerful, meant to help people, treat them all the same. When I was a wee and the system was all I had, all any of us had. But it pitted us against each other, which is the idea. That's what they want. Mum and Dad's cheque from the OVA kept food on the table. But when you're broken by war, by the crisis, you need more than food. Mum learned that the hard way. Twined a while when I was barely 4. And the system doesn't care a whit for your mind, your soul, only your body. Just as it feeds you, you feed it. I see that now. Didn't then. I just wanted out so bad. Education will open doors, they said, and military service would pay for uni. I thought I finally made it. I was so keen to please. Convinced myself that the system protected me, cared for me. Until it didn't. They said I was lucky to be alive. Hard to feel lucky through all that pain. Reporting live from Glasgow, where an unidentified ship shot down an Overwatch jet. The most recent estimates indicate 14 dead and more than 50 injured. They offered meds, base model cybernetics, a monthly check to forget what happened. A clean-up effort is underway, led by Commander Morrison, who gave a moving speech to those affected. They didn't care why it happened. Didn't care to stop it from happening again either. But I heard about folks who did. I heard you do mods. Shut it up there, kid. You try to bring the cops down on us. Freaks. The people the system told us to fear. The technology they made illegal. But the system is wrong. Dead wrong. With body mods they could take away my pain. Not just the physical, all of it. They helped me realise I'd never been alone. I just hadn't found my people. We were a family. Something I'd never really had before. The world had left its mark on them, but they held the system accountable. Because a system that treats everyone like a number isn't just a system. It's a prison. And the freaks could help set us free. Not just the fools with money or connections. All of us. Finally, some good news. Freaks attacking a research facility were thwarted in Morocco this week, all thanks to predictive surveillance and crime modelling developed in partnership with Oasis's scientific collective. That's another crew gone. Those are our friends. And we're just sitting here doing nothing. No, we're not. What's that then? Something Oasis doesn't want anyone to have. They've the nerve to strike at us. And they're daft enough to tell us exactly where to find them. Not the brightest move. We're going to take their most powerful weapon and use it against them. These Gradies are pure brilliant. We will fix this broken world. Even if we have to tear it all down.
Hi, my name is Olivia Lee Anderson, and I voice Freja in Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading Stormchaser. Are you ready? I was a child when the Omnic Crisis hit Copenhagen. My mother was a diplomat, and people looked to her for answers. Get me through to search and rescue. She was the eye of the storm. Calm, constant, consistent. We need to begin triage immediately. And through her, I learned that keeping people safe came down to a level head and a focused eye. Then deploy additional medical assistance. But I wanted to be on the ground, in the storm. Studying criminology gave me access to the latest tech. Showed me how to track and stop threats before they began. The local search and rescue team offered a more hands-on education.
Help! Help us!
I developed the tactics, the expertise to find anyone, in any place.
We're going to get you out of here.
And I discovered the rush of seeing a job through to the end. Doing something that mattered.
Over here!
I dedicated myself to chasing that feeling. After graduation, the military was eager to recruit me. She's the one you mentioned, Freja. I had my eye on bigger fish. Being a part of Overwatch's search and rescue team gave me the opportunity to take my mission further. Step lightly. Intel says they should be around here. With their resources, no one in need of saving was beyond my reach. 10 guards, 3 on patrol, 7 hostages. Our group didn't have the same cachet as those on the strike team, but I preferred staying behind the scenes. I only wanted to do my best work. Well done. We could use more level heads like yours, and to work alongside the best. Many thought Overwatch was untouchable. Superheroes come to life. Freja will handle evacuating the civilians. She needs cover. Once it's clear, we take the fight to the deep-sea raiders. I knew the truth. Not everyone in the organization was perfect.
Damn it! Fall back!
Hold for search and rescue. We aren't done here. Protocols were slipping. Reyes and his team pulled the fighting into the city before we could evacuate the area. We lost 14 civilians. If not for Freya's efforts, who knows what might have... You know how complex these operations can be, Sojourn. I'm sure search and rescue understands these risks. But I was doing my job. That was my only concern. Yes, sir. Through everything, leadership told us to stay the course. Some left. I kept going. Yet the unrest seemed to grow from within and without.
If you're protecting us, why are people dying? Show us Black Watch's records! We don't need you here!
I believed in Overwatch. I knew there were people who needed us.
We're going to get you out of here!
I was so focused on my work, I didn't see the whole thing crumbling. Until it was too late. In the months of investigation after the destruction of Overwatch's Swiss headquarters, the success and efforts of the support teams, the Eco Point program, the medical research group, search and rescue, and so many more, were never considered. Most of Overwatch had done everything right. It didn't matter. A few bad actors had ruined Overwatch and anyone associated with it for the world. DAF. Your application to the Danish Armed Forces. Ministry of Defense.
After further consideration,
VRCC.
regrettably after
Your
reviewing
application to the Danish Rescue
DK jobs
Coordination
near you.
Center.
Hiring opportunities in
Unfortunately,
your
we
area.
will not be hiring candidates. I gave Overwatch everything. My skills, my passion, my life. And it left me with nothing. Without purpose, I was adrift. Desperate. But the winds changed. And I realized I could still be of use in this new world. Freja was an ex-Overwatch operative, a name with too much baggage. So, I became Gavin. At first, I chose jobs Freja might have taken. Saving Innocence, capturing criminals. But with each new job, I learned not every search is a rescue. On the dark web, I sought out difficult targets, bounties no one else could deliver. The price mattered less than the challenge. The rush I'd been missing finally returned, deepened with the thrill of the hunt. It was a second chance to take everything I knew and do something with it. For too long, I thought I wanted to be like my mother. I tried living to help the world. And the world decided it was better off without me. Now, I live for myself.
Hello, my name is Xanthi Huen, and I voice Juno from Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading The Red Promise. Here we go! My parents left Earth on a secret mission, Project Red Promise. They had a dream to expand the reach of humanity. Their work was unprecedented and dangerous, but also important and exciting. Jiayi, I have the latest ionization reports, full of possibilities. Possibilities like me. The first Martian. Well, the only Martian. But I was never lonely. Everyone treated me as if I were their own. Chúc mừng thôi nói. Oh, look at you. Oh, not in your mouth, Juno. The base was never intended for children, but I grew into it. Still, what was inside the base mattered less than what I could see beyond it. Juno, it's not safe! My family came up with an idea. Everyone pitched in to make me a suit of my own. I may not have had a PhD in astrophysics, but I learned a lot from my family. They empowered me to contribute in my own way. It was scary at first, but I loved any excuse to get out onto my home planet. Despite how relentless the work was, try it now! I knew with every problem, we would find a solution. Together. Life on Mars was not always easy. The terraforming project my family worked so hard on changed the Martian atmosphere. The storms grew to be terrifying. Each one was more violent than the last. But my family had given me the tools to overcome anything. I knew that someday, we could overcome this too. We could overcome anything! But then, the company that sent my family to Mars suddenly stopped responding. My family was only ever meant to kickstart Project Red Promise. They had expected a much larger wave of personnel and supplies, but it never arrived. Go back to Earth? Not enough resources for a return journey. How many years can the base hold up against the storms? We need to run full diagnostics. Come up with a plan. They tried to shield me from the fear and anxiety they were feeling, but I could tell we were working with limited time. A few months later, my family brought me to the docking bay. They had used their limited resources to build me a ship of my own, and said it was time for me to chart my own course. But I knew the truth. You want me to leave? They were giving up their hope so that I would have a chance. And I would not accept that. I was angry and scared. Mars was the only home I'd ever known. But my family was my entire world. They taught me that the most frightening challenges are most worth overcoming, and there must be others out there who believe the same. When it was time for me to say goodbye to my family, I told them I would see them again. I know they didn't believe me. It's time, Juno. But I can believe enough for all of us. I must. My parents came to Mars with a dream. To expand the reach of humanity. And now I have a dream. To save my home.
Hello, my name is Howard Wong, and I voice Wuyang in Overwatch. Today I'm reading Against the Tide. Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world, they founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, Martial Arts, Defensive Strategy. Metal College, Robotics, Technology. Water College, Traditional Medicine, Medical Advancements. Earth College, Agriculture, Sustainability. Wood College, Civil and Environmental Engineering. During the Omnic Crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied... Then regrade his exam! This is clearly a mistake! I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell. Water College? But that breaks the family streak! It was... unexpected for us, too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal. I disappointed everyone. My family was... trying to be supportive of my studies.
You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you.
But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of... Then you were like BLAM! And the fire went whoosh! That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again. Maybe I just have to be more like her. So it's like that fire staff you made. But imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire. But at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man. So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures.
Something to share with the class, Wuyang?
No, Shifu. I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. Null sector attack reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. Get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like if I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Wuyang,
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the medbay, there you go, all better.
Help!
The tide turned against us in Chengdu.
Null sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she?
What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? We're family.
Anran!
We're supposed to protect each other.
Wuyang, you shouldn't be here. Hey, Tinheads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Wuyang, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up.
3 weeks later. After Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anran.
Why aren't you studying, Wuyang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours.
Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place.
Keep working hard, son.
But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along.
Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this.
Hello, this is Fred Tatasciore, and I voice Soldier 76 in Overwatch 2. Today I'll be reading Futures Past. Let's move out. Sunday morning, and the Huntington Lab building was all but empty. Probably because of State's victory over St. Thomas the night before, Jack Morrison thought, as he maneuvered his battered sedan into a parking place near the east doors. People must be sleeping in after staying up late to celebrate, but Jack found himself once again working the weekend. This class was an important step toward his next promotion. The material interesting in its own right. Technology was advancing quickly these days, and somewhere between all the buzz were tools that could help his squadron. Unlike the breathless articles touting maglev transportation and near-sentient robotics always years away, the advancements he was studying were happening now. The more he learned, the better prepared his troops would be for whatever threat they'd face next. Jack let himself into Robotics Lab 12 and plugged his laptop into his usual workstation. The title of his project appeared: Integration of Multi-Purpose Drones and Human Elements in Reconnaissance. And he opened his simulation. He still hadn't come up with a good proxy for unit morale, but the rest was working well. He fiddled with the initial conditions, trying to recreate the firefight they discussed in last week's section. Something exploded at the other end of the corridor. Jack shot to his feet, automatically scanning the room for something he could use as a weapon. A second bang followed, and he grabbed the room's fire extinguisher. He burst through the door of Chemistry Lab 10 to see the floor covered with a mix of broken glass, pottery, and a sour-smelling liquid, while some piece of equipment sat smoking and sparking on the central bench. The extinguisher wasn't rated for electrical fires, so Jack dropped it, lunged for the bench, and yanked the cord out of its socket. In the same moment, a young man with dark hair swung up his own fire extinguisher and blasted the device with 2 precise hits, smothering it in white powder. Jack jerked back out of range, and the man gave him an apologetic look. "Sorry, are you all right?" Jack nodded. "You?" "Yeah, The man set the fire extinguisher aside and grimaced as he poked at the now destroyed device. "Thank you for pulling that." Jack was beginning to recognize the smell rising from the liquid. The smell of the worst bar he'd ever entered. "Is that beer?" The man gave him a wry smile. "Well, it was, or it was going to be. And before you ask, yes, I'm supposed to be making it. I'm TAing for Experimental Archaeology 214. We do it every semester. Only this time, Professor Theokopoulos wanted to use the recipe he'd discovered at the Temple of Hathor, and I wanted to try the method we'd theorized they used to preserve it. Apparently, one of us was wrong." "Apparently," Jack said, looking around the lab. Several large glass containers stood on a rack against the far wall, seemingly undamaged, but another rack had been overturned. It had contained pottery jars as well as glass carboys, all smashed when they fell. The smell of bad beer was indescribable. Another mid-sized jar had exploded on the workbench. That was what had short-circuited the device. The other man regarded the mess ruefully, shaking his head. With the threat averted, Jack's eyes drifted to the man he'd rescued. He had dark hair, sharp features, was still tan, even at the end of winter, with muscles that hadn't come from the gym. Jack realized he was staring. "Oh, don't be an ass. I could help give you a hand cleaning up, if you'd like." "I don't want to keep you from your work," the man said. "I'm Vincent, by the way." "Jack." Jack held out his hand automatically, and Vincent took it. "I'm running a simulation in Robotics 12. It'll keep." "Then, yeah. I could definitely use the help." Vincent looked around. "I mean, it's nice to have answered one question. That's not the way to ferment this beer. But usually things don't have to explode to figure that out." He found a wastebasket and began picking up shards of glass and pottery. And Jack did the same. "So sorry. Why are you making beer?" he asked after a moment. "I mean, if you have a recipe, isn't that enough?" "When you say recipe in the ancient world, it's usually more like a memo for someone who already knows how to make the thing," Vincent explained. "This is, we think, a special recipe, a wedding beer. And there are some ingredients that we don't entirely recognize." "The ancient Egyptians served beer at weddings?" Jack asked, mostly to keep the conversation going. Vincent nodded, more pieces clinking into the wastebasket. "Well, they drank beer everywhere and always. Royal workers got a daily ration of about a gallon, much of it brewed by the temples. But this note references a royal wedding and suggests that it was meant to be kept for longer than usual. Only the method I thought they used," he held up the neck of a small jar, the lid still glued into place with what looked like tar. "Definitely not the answer." "Why make it, though?" Jack asked. "Just to get a taste of history?" "Because how people did things matters." Vincent straightened, suddenly serious. "No one bothered to write down that you needed seawater to make Roman concrete. That critical piece of information was passed down orally and was lost when Rome fell. But it's why Roman structures lasted as long as they have. As for the beer, what made it special enough to be served at a royal wedding? What does that tell us about the resources available? What mattered most to them? At least the control batch survived. That's the stuff in the big glass carboys." He gave a wry smile. "And yes, all this does make the undergrads pay extra attention." Jack grinned back. "I see that it might. We generally don't let them test too much of it. You didn't have it served at your wedding?" "I'm, single." Vincent picked up a chunk of glass, wrinkling his nose at the smell. "Plus, it might be what you'd call an acquired taste." "I've smelled worse," Jack said, "but never at a bar I went back to." Vincent laughed, as Jack had hoped, and Jack felt an unfamiliar warmth steal over him. The simulation seemed a long way away, and entirely unimportant. "That's the last," Vincent said. "If you'll help me get these shelves back in place, I'll find a shop vac to clean up the floor." "You'll want a mop, too," Jack said, and Vincent nodded. I'm afraid so. Let me help. I'm always delighted when someone offers to do the heavy lifting for me, Vincent answered, and Jack felt his own grin widen. Jack heaved the shelf upright, stabilizing the frame while Vincent replaced the shelves. Together, they cleaned the floor, and Vincent dealt with the mess left by the fire extinguisher. Jack looked around and saw that one of the big glass jars was starting to bubble ominously. Should it be doing that? Vincent swore under his breath and snatched the jar from the shelf to the lab table. He fiddled with the stopper, but it broke free. Jack managed to get a hand in front of Vincent's face as the beer erupted like a geyser, but the flying foam hit them both. They looked at each other, and then, helplessly, began to laugh. With order once again restored, they stood looking at each other. And then Vincent took a breath. Look, after everything you've done, the least I can do is offer you a taste of the wedding beer, once it's ready. His smile was both nervous and hopeful. No obligations, of course. Time to take a chance, Jack thought. Would it be a date? Vincent's smile widened. God, I hope so. The cargo charter banked hard, setting up for final approach. Jack glimpsed the mountains that cradled Runasapi rising toward the brightening sky. The winds coming off the slopes were unpredictable, but the pilot dropped the plane neatly onto the runway. Jack, sitting in the co-pilot's chair, listened with half an ear as the local controller steered the pilot toward her gate in the shadow of the commercial hangar. Nice flight. Jack nodded. That should be plenty of time to get to the break in the perimeter fence and slip out of sight in the underbrush. He unfastened his safety harness and stood up, stretching, then reached for the pack he'd stowed just outside the cockpit. I noticed the cargo is all labeled for Oasis. What's it doing here? The pilot shrugged. I've been running a lot of those lately. I hear they're setting up labs in Runasapi. Jack nodded. He wondered if it had anything to do with the favor Sombra had dispatched him to carry out. He patted the data drive, tucked it into an inner pocket of his jacket, and wondered who she was aiming for. The Oasis Scientific Collective was an all-too likely target. He hoped the person he was meeting had the skills to deliver it. The pilot reached for a lever and gave it a hard jerk. A panel opened near Jack's feet, revealing a drop tube and a glimpse of the tarmac beneath the plane. Jack reached into his jacket, found the payment, and handed it to the pilot. Thanks. The pilot stowed it in her own pocket. Will you want to ride back? Leaving tomorrow morning, 7 sharp. Maybe. Jack lowered his pack into the tube, let it fall to the ground, then seated himself on the edge of the gap, groping for the handholds that would let him lower himself most of the way. If I don't show, don't wait. Got it, the pilot said. Good luck. Thanks, Jack said again, and let himself fall. He landed easily in the big plane's shadow, caught up his pack, and looked around. No one was watching. He headed for the perimeter fence, eased himself quickly through the gap someone had cut in the rusted wire, and ducked into the underbrush. Nothing moved on the airfield, and he melted into the trees. By noon, he had reached the outskirts of Runasapi, the lower terraces where the city's crops were farmed. Above, cut into the cliffside, he could see the buildings of the city itself, the heavy walls slanting inward, honoring the ancient cities of Peru. Vincent had talked about that, the deliberate echoes of ancient architecture that gave weight to the post-war cities, a way to honor the past and shape the future. That was not his destination, however. She'll be near where the disaster happened, Sombra had said. I don't mean the memorial. You go anywhere near the place, trust me, she'll find you. Jack had memorized the map she had shown him and now looked for a break in the brush that lined the road. Yes, there it was. A gap that at first glance looked accidental, but when you looked more closely, it gave way to a path leading up the hillside. Jack hefted his pack and followed it. The track got progressively steeper, and Jack had to use his hands to heave himself over the worst bits. He had thought it might be a llama track, but even a llama wouldn't be able to make it over some of those slopes. And then it ended, the track cresting a ridge to reveal a tiny valley. Once there had been a building at its center, but the roof was gone, the walls just jagged ruins. In its center was a stepped pyramid with a broad, flat top, the site of the disaster. He ducked down behind the ridgeline and activated his HUD, scanning the ruin for any movement. The breeze was cool on his skin, a relief after the effort of the climb, but nothing stirred below. Jack shed his pack, leaving it concealed beneath the underbrush. He drew his pulse rifle and started cautiously down the hill. As he got closer, he had to move more carefully, skirting chunks of stone that had been blasted out of the original building. Whatever happened here had unleashed enormous power, and for just an instant, his ears rang with the echo of the explosion in Zurich, Overwatch's headquarters. This had to have been nearly as powerful to have wrought so much destruction. A warning flickered in his visor, and he noticed just in time to dodge away from a caped figure swinging a golden rifle at him. He rolled away, came up with his own gun leveled but didn't fire. Sombra sent me. The caped woman paused, then lowered her weapon. She was very young, Jack realized. Her hair streaked with gold that matched her armor. "You're not who I was expecting." Sombra says hello. Jack waited for the promised passphrase, but she didn't lower her weapon. "I'm Illari." "Then I have something for you." This time she did lower her rifle. "Come with me. We shouldn't talk here." Jack collected his pack and followed her out of the ruin to another steep and winding path. It led over the ridge in the opposite direction, widened at last to a kind of hanging valley. A ramshackle hut leaned against the cliff, and as they got closer, Jack realized it concealed the entrance to a cave. "Here," Illari said, "you can speak freely. Oasis has eyes everywhere in the city." Jack hesitated but followed her inside. It was better appointed than he had expected. Monitors and processors built into one wall, a curtained alcove that held a bed, chairs, and a table draped in brightly patterned fabric. She gave him a look. "You have something for me?" "In my jacket." Jack touched his chest. "Okay for me to get it?" "Go ahead." Illari didn't raise her rifle, but she didn't put it aside either. Jack opened his jacket, reaching slowly into an inner pocket, and brought out the data drive. "The virus you wanted." Illari took it from him. "Thank you." Jack waited, but she offered nothing more. Sombra had said she would have information to trade. Except Sombra hadn't exactly said that. She talked around it, and that was just like Sombra. He scowled, annoyed at having been taken in, and reached for his pack. "If that's all..." Illari gave him a sharp look. "I hoped. I need to deploy this in Oasis's lab, the one they're building here in Nunasapi. I could use help getting in." "Sombra didn't mention that was part of the deal," Jack said. "She didn't tell me Jack Morrison would be making the delivery," Illari answered. "We learned about you in school, or at least who you were, before they told us you died. Enhanced soldier, ex-Overwatch strike commander. That was a long time ago. Well, regardless, you could change the odds considerably." She wasn't wrong. Two were better than one, particularly if they were going to have to infiltrate Oasis's new installation. She looked a bit green. Knowing vaguely the timeline of the Inti warriors, she couldn't have been with them long before they fell. And he had never yet regretted the choice to damage any organization that employed Moira O'Dearan. He nodded. "All right, I'm in." "Good." Illari set her rifle aside. "I'll go over the basics of the op." It was his first leave in weeks, but Jack hardly felt like he deserved it. They hadn't defeated the Omnics. They'd barely held their position. Luckily, the Omnics had withdrawn without pushing for a breakthrough, no doubt devoting resources to some other, more important target. The streetlights were working, power restored, though he could see the gaps where buildings had been destroyed by missile strikes or the subsequent fires. He knew Vincent was all right, had heard from him just that morning. But even so, he found himself holding his breath as he turned into the apartment complex. All the buildings were intact, light showing at curtained windows still there where he'd left it. Vincent had said as much, but Jack knew war could change matters in an instant. He let himself in and climbed the stairs to their apartment. To his surprise, a line of light shone under the door. He had expected Vincent to be asleep by now, and he knocked softly, not wanting to wake him if he had fallen asleep with the lights on. There was no immediate response, and he was reaching for his key when the door opened. Vincent grinned at him, but held up his phone, signaling that he was in the middle of something. Jack obediently said nothing and shut the door behind him, watching Vincent's thumbs dancing over the keys. Then Vincent finished, and they embraced. Vincent's lips on his in a heady rush. Ah, it's good to be home. I saw the news this morning. I was worried, Vincent said. We were lucky, Jack said, and Vincent nodded as though he believed that Jack's luck would always hold. I wasn't sure you'd still be up. I was sending a copy of my paper on Falkenberg Castle to Matthias. Jack couldn't help raising an eyebrow at that, and Vincent grinned. I know that sounds utterly pointless right now, but when Bayezid and I were working there 3 years ago, we discovered that the bedrock is composed of minerals that are just about impervious to most sensor arrays, including the ones the Omnics use. And Falkenberg has deep, deep cellars carved into that bedrock. It's a place where civilians can shelter, where the Omnics can't find them. I couldn't say it directly, you know. No one knows what the Omnics are intercepting, but Matthias will know what I meant. Jack nodded. That was one of the reasons he loved Vincent. The man cared. And even if he wasn't a soldier, he was doing everything he could to help. It's a good idea. Hopefully a useful one, Vincent said and shook his head. Are you hungry? They sat down to sandwiches at the folding table in their tiny kitchen, and Vincent brought out 2 of his last cans of beer. I've been saving them. Are you managing all right? Jack asked. He'd heard about the shortages. Everyone in the squad was talking about it. Yeah, Vincent shrugged. One thing about this area, there are plenty of folks who garden or keep backyard chickens. Neighbors helping neighbors. We've been doing all right. He paused. How long have you got? 48 hours. Well, Vincent plastered on a smile, I'll take what I can get. First, we need to talk. Vincent raised an eyebrow. Not like that, Jack said instantly, surprising a smile from the other man. It's just, you know, things aren't going as well as we'd like. It sounds like things are going to hell, Vincent said, abruptly sober. I'm not stupid, Jack. I can see what's happening. Jack nodded. They're starting a program to counter the Omnic advantage, using biology, not robotics, genetic modifications, to give us a better chance against them. An enhancement program. They've said I'm a candidate. Vincent was silent for a moment. Who's they? The Army, one of their scientists. Naughton, I think is her name. And the risks? Unknown. Jack made himself meet Vincent's gaze squarely. Probably significant. They said the program has been in development for years, but it's not entirely safe. They're accelerating it because of the crisis. My CO didn't want to let me go, and said I was too valuable where I was. But he finally relented and gave me the offer, and it's a chance to make a real difference. If it works, Vincent said. If it doesn't, anything from permanent disability to death, Jack said. The people behind the soldier enhancement program had been honest about that at least. But it's not like I'm safe now. Don't I know it? Vincent shook his head. What do you want me to say, Jack? I'm already risking losing you. What do you want to do? I want to do it, Jack said. Look, we're not winning. We're not even holding our own most days. This is a chance to change that. I've got someone I'm fighting for. If I can do more to make the world safe for you, I have to do it, no matter what it costs. Vincent was looking off into the distance, perhaps at an unknowable future or a happy past. He gave a rueful smile. Well, I knew what I was getting into when I took up with you. You wouldn't be you if you didn't do it. Just come back to me. I will, Jack vowed silently. It wasn't a promise Jack had any right to make, though. Even if I've changed? We all change, Vincent said. Just come back. Do my damnedest, Jack said. They retired to the couch, Vincent falling asleep on Jack's chest, fingers tangled in his own. Jack smoothed his dark hair, watching explosions bloom in the far distance. Illari bent over a hologram model that seemed to float above the table, its colors reflecting on the bright patchwork of the tablecloth. This is the Oasis facility. They've taken over an old building that was part of the Pacarina research group and given it some upgrades. Jack nodded, studying the model. The buildings were elaborate. Nothing but the best for Odiran and her colleagues, it seemed. From everything I've observed, security is tight on the perimeter, Illari went on, but lighter once you're inside the laboratories. The main door and the loading dock are under close observation, active and passive, but there's a pair of code-locked side doors reserved for the staff that aren't as well monitored. She didn't sound worried, and Jack cocked his head. Guessing Sombra provided you with something to deal with the locks? No need. I've been staking it out, Illari paused. I'm surprised you're working with Sombra. She has no loyalty to anyone but herself. So long as you know she's playing every side, she can be useful. Illari cocked her head at that. You know what she's given to me. What did she give you? Jack looked at the young woman. He couldn't quite encapsulate what it was about her that felt familiar. What made him feel like he could open up to her? She got me information I couldn't get anywhere else, Jack offered. Even so, she gave me the key to finding out what really happened to Overwatch, Jack said. A lot of people pinned the destruction of the Swiss headquarters on me and Reyes, but something else was at play. He met Illari's gaze. I owe it to everyone, the survivors and those who died, to find out what really happened. I can't stop until I give them that justice. I can, Illari blinked, a sorrow older than her years passing across her face. I can understand that. My people, the children of the sun, the Inti warriors you call them, I owe them too. She touched her armor where she had put the data drive. They were our protectors, our providers, and Oasis wants to take their power for themselves. I thought everything was lost when the Inti warriors were destroyed, Jack said. Our facilities were decimated, but much of the data survived, Illari answered. Pacarina fell on hard times, partnered with Oasis, traded the data for resources. They see it as a way to reclaim what was lost. But I know Oasis can't be trusted. You were there that day, weren't you? Jack recognized her particular mix of guilt and grief entirely too well. Illari looked away. I trained my entire life to join them, from the moment they said I had the potential. What happened? She poked a finger through one of the hologram's walls. The what? That's easy. Jack waited, and she jerked her hand away. It was a solar threading. That's the final step that makes someone a full-fledged Inti warrior. It's painful, it changes you, but it allows you to channel the sun's power. Only with this one, there was an explosion. The Inti warriors were all killed, except me. And you want to know what went wrong? Jack said after a moment. Of course. There was something in her voice that shifted the image in his mind, presenting a new picture. Not his business, not his problem. But sometimes it was better to talk about it, rather than letting the memories fester. Though he wasn't exactly the poster child for managing well. It was your solar threading, wasn't it? Illari's eyes flickered closed, and she shook her head hard, not in denial, but as though she was shaking away pain. Yes, it was mine. It was done. Complete. Perfect. And then the power just exploded back out of me. In that instant, they all died. And there was just me. She straightened. I've been over everything that's left, and I can't make any sense of it. But I know I can't let Oasis steal what they were. Their legacy. I won't. Jack nodded. In the back of his mind, he could hear Reyes shouting, and then the overwhelming shock of the explosion. The walls collapsing in a thunderous roar he'd been too angry to hear. He saw suddenly why Sombra had sent him here. And she wasn't wrong. There were similarities between what had happened to Overwatch and what had happened in Runasapi. The circumstances were different, but an organization dedicated to bettering humanity, protecting people, decimated in a single, massive explosion. He'd want to check that out. He looked at Illari, lost to the past as he was, having given her life to a cause that no longer existed, as he did. He'd chosen the Soldier Enhancement Program, not just out of duty, but because he believed it was the best thing he could do. The best way to protect Vincent and everyone else he loved. Naughton had been honest about the risks. He'd gone in with open eyes, and in the end, he'd been lucky. He'd survived the program and won the war, and built Overwatch into something that made a difference. Right up to the instant, it was all snatched away. He knew, horribly and intimately, just what it was like to give yourself to something, to sacrifice everything to it, only to see it crumble before your eyes. He nodded again, forcing his attention back to the hologram. All right, run me through the plan again. The fog was starting to rise by the river as they made their way out of the park and along the embankment. Jack saw Vincent shiver amidst the damp and felt his own body react, his metabolism adjusting so he didn't feel the chill. That was a nice dinner, he said experimentally, and Vincent gave a flicker of a smile. It was. It's a new place, just opened after the war. He swept across the road, Jack hurrying in his wake, and slowed as they came up to a platform jutting out into the river. Improbably, an Egyptian obelisk towered over a bronze sphinx. Not Egyptian. The thickening fog blurred their edges, and Jack dredged the name out of memory. Cleopatra's Needle. Vincent nodded. My uncle brought me to see it when I was 11, when we visited him here. I wanted to see it again. Looks like it took some damage, Jack said, pointing out the shrapnel holes that marked the near sphinx, and Vincent laughed. Not recently, at least not that one. That was done in the First World War. Vincent grimaced as they walked around the first sphinx and came abreast of the obelisk. The other one got it, though. Yeah, Jack could see the empty plinth where a second sphinx had been, the stone blackened and gouged. From it rose a hologram that matched the first sphinx, the glowing face serene and unmarked. It's the image of what had been lost. We need to talk, Vincent said. Jack winced. He'd been expecting this ever since he'd come to London. He and Vincent had been trying to figure out some way to live together. But with Overwatch headquartered in Zurich and Vincent's academic career based in the States, it had proved all but impossible. Yeah. I want you home, Vincent said. To be together. Start a family. I know you know, but I keep saying it and nothing changes. Vincent stared out over the river, his expression unreadable. They've made me strike commander, Jack said. But that doesn't mean they'll move Overwatch for me. There are American programs everywhere in Europe, American colleges even. What about getting a job with one of them? Vincent sighed. I probably could. I've thought about it, even asked around. But if I did, what would change, Jack? We'd be on the same continent? It wasn't much of a joke, but Vincent smiled anyway. All right, the time zones would be easier. But you'd still be in Zurich, and I'd be somewhere else. I'd see you when Overwatch didn't need you. And I've been doing some hard thinking, Jack. I want children. I want a partner who's there to raise them. Someone who's as committed to our family as to his work. So I'm asking, have you considered retiring? Jack blinked. I can't. The war's over, Vincent said. You've done everything they asked of you and more. You've made Overwatch what it is. You've got good people behind you, the best, you always tell me. You could let it go. I can't, Jack said again. Look, I want this as much as you do. I want a family. Our family. Us. Just not... He stopped, and Vincent finished the sentence for him. Just not right now. All right. I can wait. And I trust you. If not now, when? Jack stood silent, the chill from the river seeping through his jacket, through the soles of his shoes. He didn't have an answer, and that was unfair, wrong, and still the only truth he knew. The war's over, Vincent repeated. We won. When do you get to go home? When do you get a future? The war's not over, Jack said. I wish it was. But there are so many opportunists rising where communities, countries, were hit hard. All right, I'll accept that, Vincent said. But when it is over, Jack, what are you going to do? Jack stared past him at the river, where a barge crawled slowly downstream, its lights blurred by the fog. Have a house and a yard, he wanted to say. You, kids, backyard barbecues, sandals with socks, family vacations in overpriced theme parks. Peace. But he couldn't make the images real, and that meant he couldn't say the words. It's strange a historian should be so focused on the future. Vincent laughed. History is about change. The one thing I know for sure is that what's coming isn't going to be the same as what we have now. What if you don't like the changes? Jack remembered asking that before, when he joined the soldier enhancement program, and grimaced at the memory. That hadn't been a simple choice either, but it had been worth it in the end. Or had it? I loved you before the soldier enhancement program, Vincent said. Before Overwatch. Before the crisis. From the day you came to my rescue, when I blew up that stupid beer. I love you now. But, Vincent nodded, I need to know we have a future. Do we? The word stuck in Jack's throat. He wanted to say they did. To promise everything Vincent wanted because Jack wanted it too. There had to be a way. Other people managed it, even in Overwatch. But he couldn't. He was responsible in a way those around him were not. Jack felt every failure, grieved every loss. He made the calls that kept the world safe, and Overwatch was still new, still fragile. Without him running things, criminals would go free, lives would be lost. The cost was too high. Even if they weren't together, Jack would breathe easier knowing he'd done everything he could to make a world where Vincent was safe. Jack closed his eyes, not wanting to see the misery on Vincent's face. "I want to," he said at last. "I want it so much. But I can't promise, and I won't lie to you." Vincent made a sound that was somewhere between laughter and tears. "No, you never would. One of the many reasons I love you. And yet..." Jack made himself meet Vincent's eyes. "I'm sorry. I wish..." He stopped, not knowing what to say, what he wished, except that this wasn't happening. And Vincent nodded. "Me too." "It's better than yelling at each other," Jack offered. "That was never our style," Vincent answered. He reached out, and Jack stepped into the offered embrace. Vincent's lips tasted of the fog that thickened around them, and Jack closed his eyes as though he could make it last forever. Live in this kiss and never face what came after. "If you ever figure it out, who you are after your war ends, give me a call. I'd like to meet him," Vincent said, and turned away. Jack watched him dissolve into the fog, then reached for his phone. 7 missed calls, all from Overwatch. He thought this was what was right for the world. If only it didn't feel so empty. Jack followed Illari down another of the narrow mountain paths, his visor activated for night vision. The sickle moon was setting, a good night for infiltrating the Oasis compound, except that Oasis would have the best sensors available, or they'd have the place lit up like a city center, or both. Illari's plan was to create a distraction that would draw the perimeter guard's attention and let her open the code-locked staff doors. Simple was usually the best, but nothing was ever simple when it came to dealing with Oasis. Illari lifted her hand in warning and crouched at the head of the trail. Jack went to one knee beside her, peering through the line of scrubby bushes at the complex below. Oasis had cleared the ground between the buildings and the perimeter fence, posting short guard stations at regular intervals. There were 4 guards in sight, and when Jack adjusted his HUD, he could pick out 3 more farther along the fence line. Heavy security. There weren't so many before, Illari muttered. Jack studied the guards, watching them pace back and forth beneath the towers. There would be automatic weapons on the towers, maybe short-range explosives, and Oasis's limited guard detail wouldn't have much compunction about using them. He could see the slight dip in the ground, not quite midway between 2 guard towers. Illari was right. That was the best place to break through. The main gate was out of sight to the north, where the fence curved to the left around another, larger building. The back gate, where the heavy equipment was brought directly to the labs, was out of sight to the south. If they could draw attention to the gates, make it sound as though someone was attempting to breach both entry points, that might be enough to pull the guards out of position, leave their approach uncovered. What about the sensors? Not in use, Illari answered. Too much wildlife around. Too many false alarms. She gave a crooked smile. Some of which I may have arranged. That was a help. Jack produced a couple of fist-sized devices. His pulse rifle wasn't the only thing he'd stolen from Watchpoint Grand Mesa years ago. He handed one to Illari, who examined it warily. Grenade? Jack shook his head. Rattler. Overwatch used them to draw fire. He displayed the controls. It generates the sound of gunfire. Should convince the guards that people are moving on the slopes above the 2 gates. We'll draw them off long enough for us to get in. Illari studied the device thoughtfully, then nodded. Understood. She took the rattler and melted into the shadows. Jack turned back the way they'd come, found a game trail, and followed it along the crest of the ridge, keeping low. When he paused to check his progress, he could see the guards moving mechanically along their patrol lines. Hopefully, his distraction would shake them out of their complacency. The ground was steeper opposite the main gate, the access road curving up from the east through a gap in the hills. Jack pinpointed a spot halfway down the hill to place a rattler, then edged away. He found good cover a little farther along and collected a handful of rocks. He tossed one down the hill ahead of him, listening to it thump through the underbrush, and saw one of the gate guards lifted his head. He tossed 2 more to the right of the first, and 2 more guards stopped to confer. He tossed another stone, not as far as the others, and saw one of the men beckon to an officer down the line. Another man unholstered a light, let its beam play over the slope. The rattler went off, a sudden blast of noise that rapidly crescendoed, mixed with brief flashes of light. The gate guards shouted, reinforcements boiled out of the compound heading for the gate, and Jack retreated. A chunk of fallen tree blocked his way, and he levered it free, sent it crashing down the slope. The guards shouted in answer, and Jack scrambled back up the hill. Illari was near, just ahead of him, crouched low in the brush overlooking their chosen entrance point. She pointed to the guards on the southern side of the fence. "They're not all gone." Jack nodded. "Wait for it." Illari's rattler went off as he spoke, and the perimeter guards turned toward the sound. He heard shouting from the back gate, and 2 of the visible guards moved off at a trot. The third hesitated, then followed. Now! Illari reached the fence, and Jack dropped into the hollow behind her, ready to provide cover. He waited while she clipped a wire, then frowned at the broken ends, concentrating. Her hair was fully gold for a moment, a light like the sun. A spark leaped from her fingers, and the perimeter lights winked out. "Nice work," Jack said, following her through the gap. They fetched up in the shadows beside the lab building, the lock pad glowing faintly beside the entrance. Illari slung her rifle and punched in a code. Jack heard a faint click, and the door sagged open. "We're in." The halls were dark and empty. Illari's intel was good so far. Jack checked the door to be sure it had locked behind them, and Illari pointed down the right-hand corridor. "This way." Jack trailed behind her, checking for any unanticipated guards or late-working technicians. So far, everything was empty. The lab shut down for the night, offices closed and deserted. He risked a question. "You know where the mainframe is?" For a moment, Illari seemed not to hear. Then he heard her take a shaky breath. "Over here, I think." "You should be sure." Jack swallowed the words, knowing they were counterproductive. "Toward the center?" "Most likely, yes." They had reached a cross corridor, and Illari stopped, scanning the junction. "Caution," Jack thought, then saw her eyes flutter closed. She shook herself and turned left. Jack followed. This hallway held more labs, bigger ones, with narrow windows that gave glimpses of hulking machines. Odd, overgrown plants, reptiles of a species he didn't recognize. Oasis was well and truly settled here. Illari stopped at a heavier door, one that had no windows, and studied the keypad. "This is it?" Jack asked, and she nodded. "I have a code." She typed it as she spoke, fingers darting over the keys, but a red light appeared. "Maldition!" She glared at the door, one hand moving toward her rifle. She wanted to blow it open, Jack realized. That would be a disaster, draw the attention they'd avoided so far. But before he could say anything, She controlled herself and tried the keypad again. This time, the door slid open. Jack flattened himself against the wall inside the door, scanning the space. Like all the other labs they'd seen, this one was empty, screens blank. Running in standby mode, Jack guessed, and that meant no one had spotted them yet. Illari darted from station to station, touching keys to wake terminals long enough to check their function, then moving on. Then at last she made a soft noise and stopped. "It's here." Jack gave a last look down the hall and moved to join her, not liking the wild note in her voice. As he watched, she touched more keys, bringing up screen after screen, and settled on one that showed what looked to be a list of files. "This is it," she said softly. "This is everything." "You sure?" Jack stared at the screen. There were dozens of listings, and they were clearly only the top layer of the file structure. Oasis had managed to recover more of the Inti warriors' data than he had expected. "Yes," there was a hitch in Illari's voice. "Yes, this is it. All that's left." Jack gave her a wary glance, but she was already reaching into her armor for the drive Sombra had provided. She snapped it in place, typed a string of letters, and took half a step back as the screen suddenly streamed with symbols. "Problem?" Jack asked, but she shook her head. "It's loading." Sombra was just that good, and yes, there it was. The screen flashed back to the file listing, and as he watched, the files began to vanish, winking out of existence, and taking the knowledge of the Inti warriors with them. Illari's hands closed convulsively, knuckles showing pale, and her jaw clenched. Jack knew that look, that weight of responsibility, the knowledge that the power of the Inti warriors was too great to give to anyone else. She alone must protect it, and to protect it, she had to destroy it. He felt that way often on this lonely road, carrying the legacy of Overwatch, even after it fell and the world buried his memory in an empty grave. The last file disappeared, and he saw 2 tears tracking down Illari's cheeks. Then she shook herself and bent over the terminal, checking to be sure the files were completely destroyed. Now, she was truly the last child of the sun. He hated to rouse her, knew what this moment must mean. Jack glanced toward the door, gauging how much time they had before the perimeter guards realized they'd been tricked, and saw Illari nod. "It's done." "Then let's go." They retraced their path through the building, then paused at the doorway while Jack scanned the strip of open ground. The perimeter lights were still out, and there was no sign of movement along the fence. "Go." Illari darted for the gap, and he leaned against the side of the building ready to cover her. He saw her wriggle through the fence and then vanish into the underbrush. A moment later she popped up, rifle ready, and Jack charged after her. It took him a little longer to work through the gap, but he made it. He bounded up the slope, into the brush beside her. A heartbeat later, the perimeter's emergency lights flickered on. They made it just in time. "We're clear," Illari said, her voice filled with pride and sorrow. They made it back to Illari's hideout without incident. Jack dropped into a chair, dragging his pack to him to check and replace his equipment. Illari turned her attention to her screens, then swung back, holding out a data drive. "Here." Jack blinked once, startled, and Illari added, "Energy readouts. Footage from my solar threading. I don't know that it's related to what happened to Overwatch, but if it furthers your mission, I can repay you for helping me." Jack accepted the drive. He knew what this took, to trust him with something so personal. The hope it represented, not just for him, but for her as well. "I'll let you know for sure once I analyze the data." He tucked the drive into his pack, hefted it once more to be sure it was balanced properly. He needed to get moving before Oasis's security decided to probe more deeply into the city. Needed to get back to the airport in time to catch his ride out of here. And yet, he felt a connection to Illari, a responsibility for her safety. And that was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Oasis is going to be looking for you. I've taken care of that. Illari didn't look up from her screen. They won't connect me to that attack. I don't doubt it, Jack said. But once they realize what's been taken, they'll know someone is trying to protect the Inti warrior's secrets, and that will lead them straight to you. Moira O'Dearin is smart and dangerous. You need to watch out for her. Illari swung away from her terminal. Sombra is also smart and dangerous. You should be careful of her too, Jack said, even if she is useful. But O'Dearin is unrelenting. She has ties to other organizations, resources you can't begin to imagine. He thought Illari would protest, but instead, she gave a crooked smile and a nod. At least she was listening. He took a breath and decided to risk saying the thing he'd been thinking. You know, you don't have to stay here, in Runasapi, holding vigil over your friends' graves, over the life you might have had. You could make another choice. I know some people who could help. Listen, I know what you're trying to do here, but I can take care of myself. This is my responsibility. Jack winced. She was so like him, and yet he could hear Vincent's voice in hers, indicting him for not making a better choice. In spite of himself, his voice was tired and sad. A long time ago, someone told me that all wars end, that my war would end. He said I needed to be sure I had something waiting for me when it did. I never had that, never made those plans. And so, my war goes on. I'm near the end of a long road now, and I wish I'd made a different choice. Illari's hair flashed gold. This, protecting the legacy of the Children of the Sun, is not over. It's not that simple. I'd expect you of all people to understand that. She paused and looked away, then shook her head slowly, seeming to regain control. I don't know when this mission will end, but I'll know when it does. This is my path, and I am not a victim of my choices. I will walk this journey with pride. Good luck, then, Jack said, and received a grave nod that said she knew he meant it. He hoisted his pack onto his shoulders and began the long hike away from Runasapi. Vincent would have liked her, he thought. They might have argued, but they would have understood each other's passions, and neither of them would have had regrets. Jack had so many regrets, so many choices he wished he'd never made, so many things to look back on and wish undone. And maybe that's the problem. The thought was unexpected enough to make him stop short, half in shade and half in sunlight, unfamiliar birdsong filling the morning air. Maybe that was the reason he'd felt so stuck since the fall of Overwatch. Maybe that was the reason he'd been so fixated on saving the world after the crisis. There were so many choices he hadn't made, things he'd wanted and didn't allow himself to have. He closed his eyes, imagining the life he hadn't chosen. In that world, he and Vincent had married, raised children together. He'd always thought they'd take the kids to Europe for the summer, while Vincent did his research and Jack picked up consulting gigs. Rome and Vienna, Burka and Falkenberg, museums and open countryside, while someone else saved the world. But the time for that was long past. He'd made his choice, and there was no going back. Maybe it was time, finally, to let that go. To choose something new. He reached the top of the ridge that looked across to Runasapi, the blocky towers rising against the sunlight. The breeze had freshened, carrying the rich green scent of the forest behind him. He reached into his jacket, digging deep until he found the innermost pocket. His fingers brushed against the fraying edge of the photograph, and he pulled it out, studying the familiar image. Himself and Vincent, arms around each other's shoulders, smiling into the camera. It had been taken before the crisis, when everything was still possible. The picture fluttered, caught by the wind, and he tightened his grip. He'd carried it with him for so long, the last piece of what they'd had, the reminder of what he'd fought for. He could keep it a little longer. Surely there was no harm in that. Except, it wasn't even a memory anymore. Just the ghost of what might have been. The wind tugged harder, and he let it go. Vincent's smile, the last thing he saw as the picture soared away into the sun. Jack smiled back and turned away. Dear Vincent, I've been wanting to write to you for a while now, to let you know I survived Zurich. A part of me thinks you won't be surprised. You knew my luck after all. I still think about our last conversation in London. I'm not sure I could have been the one you needed. That man thought he had to save the world for you. In truth, he needed to look toward a future he couldn't begin to imagine. He needed to know his past, so he could grow beyond it. Since then, I've learned that all wars do end, and I'm beginning to think I might want to see what comes after. Don't expect me on your doorstep. I know you found the love you deserved, and I'm happy for you. I just wanted you to know that I'm not dead, that I'm grateful for all we shared. And that, not for the first time, you were right. Jack.
Hello, my name is Xanthi Huen, and I voice Juno in Overwatch 2. Today I'm so excited to be reading Doki Watch, The Heart of Hope. Chateau Guillard, Heroes of Heart HQ. I'm just about done with the new magic tech. Freja, have you found her? I'm trying. Something keeps interfering with my tracking. It must be the Hollow Hearts, meddling with our plans again. With Angela missing and Hannah gone, they must know we're looking for a new hero. Someone to turn the tide in our fight against woe. I found her. But look, the enemy is closing in on her too. She's in danger. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Lijiang Tower, sometime later. Juno, I thought you said you were ready to go. At this rate, Dad will beat us to the restaurant. I just have a few more tasks to complete. It will only take 5 minutes. I have finished all the reports you needed, Shin. That was fast. Now I won't have to work overtime. You're a lifesaver. You looked quite stressed, so I brought you a coffee. Please cheer up, Edward. Oh, Juno, you're so thoughtful. Thank you. See, Mother? 5 minutes was plenty. Mother? What's wrong? Mother?
Relax. It's not like she's dead. She's just taking a little nap. When she wakes up, she'll be just like my new friends. Her heart will be hollow, and she'll be filled with woe.
Who are you? What do you want from her?
I am Nocturna of the Hollow Hearts, and I'm not here for that old bat. I'm here for you.
Stay behind me, Juno! Rally our hearts! No one can hide from their true hearts. Hunting their hearts! I'm cleansing your mom of woe. She's gonna be okay. Here, this is for you. I promise we'll explain everything later, but we need to get out of here first. Kiriko, you ready? Let my passionate heart guide you! Juno, we need your power now! My power? I do not have any power! You do! You're one of us! A hero of heart! That Magitech you're holding will unlock your true potential. All you have to do is close your eyes, open your heart, and believe. Close my eyes, open my heart, and believe. Let's see you escape this! Hopeful Heart Beam! It's time to finish this. Wait! Don't make us do this. I don't want to fight you anymore. Come home. We can still fix this. Hana. No, Brig. It's too late.
Guess you'll have to find a new Carrie. See ya!
Excuse me. I hope now is a good time to ask. Who are you? We are the heroes of heart, protectors of the world. With the power of all our hearts, we fight to stop the spread of woe. I'm Kiriko, heart of passion. I'm Brigitte, the heart of strength. Amelie, the heart of grace. Freja, the heart of courage. And you are Juno, the heart of hope. Welcome to the Heroes of Heart!
Greetings. My name is Ramon Tikram, and I voice Ramattra in Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading Reconciliation. Join me. King's Row, months into the Null Sector invasion. Leave us. Tell your master you have discharged your duties. Doomfist said to stay until... Go! I will not ask again. After all this time, Ramattra, I am surprised you asked to meet here, where our master was slain. We had our differences, it is true. Mondata believed in coexistence. The fact that I knew his views were fatally naive does not mean I never mourned him, Zenyatta. You sent for me, brother, and I have come. Despite all you have done, will you at least tell me why? After I left the monastery, I walked the world, as Aurora did. I studied humankind's philosophers and sages, historians and generals, but they had no answers for me. What was the question? I wanted to know how to save a world that refuses to be saved. Brother Ramattra, you choose to take the fate of our people on your shoulders, and then convince yourself you are alone in your fears. But practice compassion. Allow for vulnerability. And you will see there are many who stand with us. Oh. Zenyatta, you, above all others, know I have tried. I could not stand by while our people suffer at humanity's hands. And yet Null Sector inflicts suffering on a global scale. Amplifies hatred toward our people. Magnifies their suffering. Any suffering I inflict is but a fraction of what humanity has done. This brief period of tribulation will avert our extinction. I know you believe this, but your actions belie your convictions. Millions of innocents gone. Our own people. They are not dead. Brother, I have held them. They are lifeless. Blank slates. You misunderstand. These bodies, crafted by the humans, Anubis, masters who saw us as nothing but tools, are mere shells. What if I told you I had found a way to preserve our people, to free them? It is difficult to pin my hopes on a supposition. Just tell me, did you truly save them? I could have saved thousands more, if not for the interference of Overwatch. They saved many lives, human and Omnic. Zenyatta, I am not the monster the world thinks I am. I have a plan, and this part of it is complete. It will take some time to prepare the next step. And brother, I would have you take that step with me. Please. You asked me to join you once before. Even if I choose differently now, believe all you've said, I cannot pretend your allies did not murder our master. Would that I had your counsel years ago. Talon has proved lacking as an ally. They are mired in greed, betrayal, lust for power. It will be their downfall. And I fear Talon's problems may soon become the world's problems. Then we must seek peace. There can be no peace with humanity. Come with me. I will keep us all safe. Until the flames from their pointless struggle die, along with their misbegotten civilization. Then our people can return and rise anew, reborn. I cannot abandon our people or humanity. There is still good in this world, Ramattra. And it is worth fighting for. It gladdens me that the world has not dimmed your spirit. Someday, I hope you will understand my choices. And our paths will be joined again. We once dreamt of peace together. Know that I carry our dream with me wherever I go. I always have. As do I, brother.
Hey there. My name is Olivia Lee Anderson, and I voice Freja. Today, I'm reading Search and Destroy. Monte Carlo, Monaco. When I became a bounty hunter, I quickly learned the questions to ask my clients. You wanted me to come here tonight. This was all a test. It was a calculation. I had to be sure you were right for this. And then there are some questions. Right for what? For a problem no one else has been able to solve. I think you might find it particularly interesting that are better left unanswered. I could hardly believe it, that years after Emery left Overwatch, he began working for Talon. At some point they'd lost track of him, and now Max wanted him back. Why? I couldn't say. But I was determined to find out. You should have led with this. Leave him to me. Oasis, Iraq, Emery Sorolla. I'd wager you never expected him to land on your little quarry ledger. Moira O'Dearin. She was a stain on Overwatch's reputation, and it seemed he'd sunk even lower with Talon. She always found Beckers with the least oversight and the deepest pockets. But Emery never did what he did for the money. Tell me, Freja, how long's it been since you've seen your erstwhile cohort? Nearly a decade. When he left Overwatch. You can't resign. The strike team needs you.
Tell that to the strike team. They don't seem to hear me when I point out how loose protocols got. Doubt they'll even notice I'm gone.
All right, fine. I need you. My team needs you.
Make friends with Vivian. Take your concerns to her. She'll listen.
And what about you? Will you be okay? Overwatch has been your life.
I'll be fine. I've already gotten a few offers to consult on global security. Just promise me you won't let this place change who you are, Frey. Keep up the good fight. It's worth it.
Interesting. Well, quite a lot can happen in a decade. Just look at us. Both gainfully employed by the very organization we once sought to destroy. This is just a job. I work for myself. Yes. Well, your semantic gymnastics aside, one must go where one's unique talents are appreciated. Funny though, how changed he was when he appeared on Talon's doorstep. When was that? A few years after his defection from Overwatch. He was rather choosy about the assignments he accepted. And he was cold, calculating, ruthless. I'd hired him to help me procure, shall we say, exotic materials hidden in a highly defended R&D facility in Berkala. Emery disappeared from the operation, leaving me to fight on my own. I assumed he'd been captured or killed, but when I made it to the objective, I found him there, waiting for me. And that became his modus operandi, going dark during and between missions only to suddenly reappear to ensure success. As to his current whereabouts, I couldn't say. But you goody two-shoes were rather chummy whilst serving together in Overwatch. Perhaps the clues you seek are buried in your own precious memories. Istanbul, Turkey. Emery and I were close, both professionally and personally. But I was hardly the only one who looked up to him. Whereas the other members of the vaunted Overwatch strike team seemed untouchable, superhuman even, Emery was different. He built relationships with the entire support staff, including those in search and rescue. In his native Turkey, he'd served in the special forces, remained close to his former squad mates and family. I'd made the trip myself once, during a break from our Overwatch duties. Everything's delicious, Mrs. Sarola. Please, call me Zara. Any friend of Emery's is more than welcome in our home, especially one so pretty.
Mom, please.
I'd returned to Istanbul to see if his parents might know where I could find their beloved son. No such luck. None of this was like Emery. But then, if what Moira told me was true, maybe I never knew my friend at all. With no other leads, I turned my focus to the jobs Emery had taken for Talon. I quickly found Moira's mission in Berkala. She was after something for her genetics research, but the facility served other purposes. All my instincts screamed the other was important. But how? I met with Mauga, who had helped Emery infiltrate a black site in Guatemala. Bro was stone cold. Lots of killing, not a lot of talking. Kinda tanked the buzz, you know? Widowmaker had worked with Emery to destroy a weapons facility in Hungary. And Emery disappeared during the mission? Well, for a short while, he disabled his tracker. Reyes was my final stop. He'd fallen far since I'd known him in Overwatch. Whoever that was with me in Luanda, it wasn't Emery. What do you mean? The old Emery couldn't tie his boots without consulting the Reg manual. But on that ship, he was different. I'd come nearly full circle, and the story remained the same. Emery had become a cold-hearted killer. No remorse, no emotion, not even a clear pattern of motivation. It made no sense. What had happened to him? What was I missing? The terrible things I'd already learned about my lost friend were more than I ever wished to know. And yet, sadly, still not enough. Then, a break. I recognized one of the sites Emery had hit, an Now Helix installation in Kinshasa. We'd visited before, in Overwatch. The jobs Emery had taken for Talon were at or near satellite command centers where global security was monitored, and where Overwatch was often debriefed. The strike team didn't exactly prioritize meetings with the support teams, but Emery did. While the information housed there was valuable, it wasn't what Talon wanted. And yet, every command center had been within striking distance of Emery's jobs for Talon. All but one. Security logs showed multiple minor breaches at the facility in recent days, as if someone was doing reconnaissance, readying for a strike. If I wanted to prove my theory, there was only one way to find out. Pilot, take me to Riyadh. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My instincts were right, but if Emery had done this, caused this carnage, could I do what needed to be done? What happened here? The soldier, like a demon? His eyes. Who? Emery. He was going to kill me.
Emery, stop!
After all the years we'd served together, all the shared memories.
I just want to talk.
The victories, the defeats.
Please!
My lost friend. All the time I'd spent wondering where he'd gone, only to find a monster.
There he is! Fire! Kill it!
In my business, there are questions you don't ask. No, like why I'm being hired. I certainly didn't ask Mex that, much as I wanted to. And in that moment, I didn't have to. Finally, the terrible noise stopped. All around me, chaos. No. Destruction. And then, in the smoke, a shape.
Frey, is that you?
Not a demon this time. Not a monster. Only Emery.
The legacy of Overwatch began with a single shared belief. That one person's courage can be the catalyst for change. During the Omnic Crisis, when humanity stood on the brink of annihilation, that idea united those who were willing to stand. It created the first heroes of Overwatch. And it's the same belief we're fighting for now. In the past, Overwatch wasn't perfect, but its purpose never changed. Our mission, the reason we returned when Null Sector attacked, was about protecting people. It was about our shared belief in a future worth fighting for. The International Justice Commission recognized that. They suspended the order that shut Overwatch down, because human and Omnic kind needed us. But even we didn't save the world alone. When the smoke cleared, we saw something incredible. We saw you. People from all walks of life. Soldiers, scientists, ordinary people with extraordinary courage stood up to share the defense of our world. In Paris, Busan, Rio, old allies and new answered the call. Mercy flew to our rescue. Reinhardt charged back into battle for honor and glory. Even new faces, Alexandra Zaryanova, Lucio Correa dos Santos, Hana Song, and so many others, put their lives aside and came to Gibraltar. Not because they were ordered to, but because it was right. We've reviewed every report, every act of bravery during the invasion, and you stood out. Not just for your skill, but for your courage. That's why you're receiving the message embedded within this token. You are formally invited to Watch Point Gibraltar, to stand with a new generation of heroes. The world won't save itself. Join us. Sojourn is still negotiating with the IJC. With Null Sector gone, there's pressure to shut us down again. When she finds out I sent these tokens, it won't be pretty. But back when I sent the recall, I didn't know if anyone would respond. I spent years alone here, thinking I was the only one who couldn't leave Overwatch in the past. But everyone who answered, they still believed like I did. Fighting Null Sector with so few agents has been hard. But it felt right. Null Sector's forces may have retreated, but they're not gone. And who knows what else is out there? The world still needs Overwatch. It always did. Besides, if there's one thing I've learned in my time here, it's better to beg Sojourn's forgiveness than to ask her permission. Well, here goes nothing.
Well, it appears I wasted money on all those new security measures. I understand you've been busy. You've already paid a visit to 2 of my associates from the Talon Council. And now, me.
Tell me, Max. I want to know if Doomfist so much as flinched when I killed them, or if he simply slotted in another pawn, as he did once my father's seat was empty.
I wouldn't pretend to know what Akande thinks. Why he does the things he does.
Don't play innocent. You were there when they portioned out the riches. Just like you were there when they threw me out onto the street. Yes, I am carving up the Talon Council to send a message to Doomfist. But for you, Max, this is personal.
Don't let the suit fool you. I've been in your position before, left with nothing after the crisis. I remember what it was like to toil in silence while the cruel and unworthy sat in a palace they'd forged from luck and the labor of others. And I remember the moment I took my revenge. Although moment doesn't quite encapsulate it. I made them watch for years while I managed and grew what they had happened upon by chance or inheritance. My vengeance was a living thing. Is still living. In fact, something tells me we're alike in that way. And if my hunch is correct, that makes me far more useful to you alive than dead.
You've overestimated your value. Loyalty bow at the end of a blade is worthless.
If you've been watching Talon, then you've seen the same thing I have. We are barreling towards ruin. Akande's alliance with Null Sector and its fanatical leader was a disaster.
You cannot think me so foolish, Max. You may have helped yourself to my inheritance, but my trust is not so easily won.
Then maybe this will satisfy you. I see your taste for power, your desire to rebuild Talon with your own vision. The keys to bending every major player to your will are right here, on this chip. Weaknesses, leverage. Talon is less an organization these days than a collection of powerful individuals with selfish interests. If you assure them you can advance those interests, they will fall in line. The scientist Moira Odiran, she'll follow anyone who will fund her research into genetic modification. Anyone. Speaking of which, Anneli, the Widowmaker, she relies on a steady supply of drug formulations to maintain her skill and suppress bad memories. Vishka,
Vishkar will be more slippery, but their reputation is no longer as flawless as they'd like others to believe. They miss the days of the crisis when they were the shining heroes, rebuilding the world at a massive profit. As for the other agents at Talon's table, yes, Doomfist has his loyalists. Lieutenants he's won through strength or vision. But if we play our cards right, not all of them will follow him out the door.
I could kill you now. Take the chip for myself.
You could, but the information alone will only get you so far. You'll need other allies if you hope to stand against Doomfist. I can organize them for you.
Tell me what you gain from this.
I simply require a seat at your table, maintaining my current position, which I assure you will be to your benefit.
Betray me, and I will run you through before you can utter a single word with that silver tongue. I will not allow you to jeopardize my plans.
I'd say you've made your terms vividly clear. I look forward to building a new Talon by your side.
We are not equals, Max. I have spared you, so you can serve me. Do not forget that.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I hope you've placed a wager. It would be a pity to have such an incomparable view of today's race, while risking no stake in its outcome.
Oh yes, I've backed Clelia. Horatius may be undefeated, but one should never underestimate the fire of a fresh competitor. I must apologize again for my tardiness. Drivers these days. Perhaps I ought to hire one of your little racers down there instead.
I cannot imagine a woman of your refinement barreling down the streets in a chariot. Clelia is my most ruthless champion, and she drives much like how she fights. Dirty.
Oh, I'm well aware of her talents. But women such as ourselves, well, we have no problem breaking a few rules in the name of creating our own. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, Miss Singania.
Oh, please. Call me Vera.
Vera, then. Has Sanjay briefed you on our negotiations?
He has. Though he described them less as negotiations and more as delicate conversations regarding the value of your partnership.
His proposal was an insult. For years I've fought against the poor estimations of those around me, those who failed to see my worth. I did not make it to the top by accepting scraps.
My, you are a fiery one.
I only hope you've come prepared with a more suitable offer. After all, Vishkar's shields would serve as a far better defense for your tattered reputation than they would for my fighters.
I assure you, Vishkar's reputation is well managed.
I'm not so certain it is. Your careless construction in Suravasa, inciting a popular uprising in Rio, trouble with a runaway architect, among other more unsavory matters. Your company is one failure away from a formal investigation. But a public connection to Talon, ooh, that would ruin you.
Well, you've certainly done your research, haven't you?
I have.
What a rare pleasure to meet with someone of your caliber. With that sort of attention to detail, I imagine you've brought your own offer to the table.
Vishkar's public image has suffered greatly. It will take more than sponsoring a few winning matches to fix what your organization has broken. Just as I will require more of you, if we are to form a partnership.
And what, pray tell, would you require of me?
Your loyalty. Vishkar's shielding technology would be effective in the Colosseo, but I believe it could have broader applications.
threatening to expose my company secrets and enticing me with a business proposition in the same breath. My, you certainly live up to your reputation.
I am my reputation.
And Vishgar's reputation is mine. Let me be clear. Any success from this endeavor is mine to claim. But any faults will fall on your shoulders alone. Are we in alignment, darling?
We are.
Marvelous. Let us begin.
Greetings. My name is Chiara Preziosi, and I voice Vendetta. Today I'm reading Vengeance Comes. At last, I have reclaimed my birthright. This is my time, my legacy, my Talon. My father didn't tolerate failure in his organization. I admired that. Took it forward when I built my own empire in the Colosseo. With Doomfist defeated, I will bring forth a new era of Talon. A Talon not confined to shadows, but basking in the light of victory. Doomfist preferred accumulating allies instead of using them. Serving me, no one will leech from this table and offer nothing in return. Vera, have you finished the hard light augmentations? Nearly there, darling. We've already outfitted Talon troopers with standard issue shielding, but we saved the best for your gladiators, of course. Vishkar's intelligent shielding will learn your gladiators' fighting styles. Once the program is complete, they will be unstoppable. I look forward to seeing how they perform in the Colosseo and outside it. Vishkar will invest in Talon, knowing I will tolerate nothing less. There are no avenues for side deals, and no quarter given to disloyalty. Will your gladiators lead the operations to come then? Speak your concern if you have one. Given 3 of our most tenured agents have left over disagreements with leadership, do we have adequate personnel to infiltrate a Helix installation like Grand Mesa? Moira is clever, but she was given too long a leash. All that research reserved for only a few lab rats, 2 of which have now scurried away. You will have your prize, Odiren. I anticipated some defectors. Max has been hard at work, securing new help. Yes, the stray agent I promised, Emre Sarola. I trust you remember him, Moira. Moira's filth is easily bought, and her skill will advance my vision. Huh, and I see your little bounty hunter has remained on board, Max. Yes, Freja is also ex-Overwatch, and has agreed to support the operation. Of course she has. I'm so pleased you found Emre after all. I hope he's just as you remember him. Provided Max covers my fee, we'll handle Europe. Loyalty has always been a buyer's market. Shouldn't be difficult. We've both run operations from Grand Mesa before. This watchpoint was never fully decommissioned. Command was given to Helix Securities after Overwatch disbanded. The base's security system utilizes a mix of cutting-edge drones and human guards, standard for Helix. The guards adhere to a strict recon schedule. It revolves from time to time, but I know the algorithm. Some would question the use of a turncoat, but Emre's results speak for themselves. Excellent. And our distraction? The Deadlock rebels have established a temporary hold at Powder Keg Mine, not far from the base. We'll make a run on the weapons cache at level 4. Enough cover for your team to get what you want. I trust I don't need to explain what will happen if your gang abandons the operation before we've achieved our objective. External partnerships have their value, provided one maintains a firm hand. We're new to doing business together, so I'll give you a pass. Rest assured, you'll get your cover. Good. Connect me with Tokyo. Vendetta. The Hashimoto clan extends our appreciation for your reinforcements. Without your assistance, Tokyo would have been difficult to secure. My troops are easily rescinded, should your bladesmith not meet his quota by the deadline. We will fulfill our obligation. Mauga, I'm sending you to Junkertown. Determine what drives their queen, what she needs to strike a deal with me. Is it prudent to send Mauga on a diplomatic mission? What's the matter? I'm great with words. Besides, my kind of diplomacy guarantees results. The Junkers respect power beyond anything. Mauga is the personification of power. And if the Junkers prove more threat than ally, he'll correct their poor judgment. Now, only one thing stands in our way. Overwatch. Pardon my boldness, but why? Our intelligence shows the International Justice Commission is likely to disband Overwatch in the coming days, given Null Sector's retreat. Why expend the resources when global governments are set to do our job for us? That lack of vision ends today. For years, Talon refused to seize its moment. Overwatch was disbanded, toothless. Your failed leadership did not leverage their weakness. Instead, it enabled this council to eat itself alive for a bigger cut of a smaller and smaller pie. There was no one to oppose you. The world was yours to take. And Doomfist's ideology allowed Null Sector to stoke Overwatch back to power. Yet, even as Overwatch limped through battle, Doomfist tried to pick up its agents one by one, rather than making a definitive blow against the organization. And then, your chance was gone. Overwatch is no longer a memory. They have reformed, and we must end them before they grow any stronger. When are you planning? I am not planning such a move, Max. I have already made it. There's a certain satisfaction that comes from being a conqueror no one believed in. I was cast into the shadows, forgotten. Now, everyone will remember my name.